Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 91, Conflict Resolution. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my mature and diplomatic co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty well.
So how was your week this week?
Pretty stressful.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a lot of stuff for school, especially coming back from the break. And honestly, I'm just glad it's the weekend now, so I can at least have some type of relaxation, even though I still have work I need to do.
Well, and that's the thing. You kind of have to make up for that short week with the holiday and everything when you come back, right?
I guess.
So today we're going to be talking about conflict resolution. This was actually a topic that you wanted to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
You had gone over some of this in school I guess it's a few months back now, right?
I think so, maybe.
Yeah, it's been a while. So, kind of an interesting topic, one that I think everyone can benefit from. It's not just a teen thing, but we'll get into that. We'll talk about what conflict is, why does it occur, what are some of the consequences, and some of the complications being a teenager in conflict comes with. Then we're going to talk about some conflict resolution commandments, which some of these I think kind of fell in with what you had talked about in school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we will talk about the steps to conflict resolution, which I think, ultimately is the important thing here, right? We all have to compromise, and in this day of political strife, I think compromise is something we could all use some lessons on.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get started, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can get our video versions of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can get our audio versions listed as Insights into Teens. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and Pandora. We would also invite folks to contact us, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. If we're doing anything wrong, what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we're at insights_things. On Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those, plus show notes, transcripts, and all of our shows on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Now that all the boring stuff's done, you ready to get into it?
Sure, why not?
All right, let's go. So, why does conflict occur? Now, there's a lot of different reasons for it. The source that we're using here is one we've used in the past called momjunction.com. And the first thing they say is conflict's a part of life. And we know that most recently now that conflict is part of life, but it's not restricted to just humans, right? Tell us a little bit about that with our new edition.
Oh, yeah. So, last week we talked about the newest addition to our family, Pumpkin, in our last podcast. And, we kind of touched on it before, but, this week was Liberation Week. Before, Pumpkin had to stay in my room. That way she would be more comfortable in my room, help, and we would bond together. And, this week was the first time where she was fully liberated. And, she's come in contact with the other cats, and, let's just say they definitely get into a lot of conflict, especially Pumpkin and Dorothy. Dorothy's shown to be the alpha cat. She wants to be the alpha cat, but seeing her interact with Pumpkin, it seems she's afraid of Pumpkin, so a bit of irony there.
Right.
Leota, she, as long as Pumpkin doesn't get in her personal space, she can deal with it, but whenever she does get into a bit of a hissy fit.
Right. Now, the reason I mentioned that is that conflict is really part of human nature, and it has been for eons. But the site goes on to say that no matter how much you want to protect your child from it, he or she has to face the reality that conflict is going to happen. And conflict can occur with family, with siblings, parents, friends, with society, or between kittens, apparently. One thing you need to teach your teenagers is that conflicts need not be a negative experience. And I think that probably catches a lot of people off guard is that, a conflict is not a fight. A conflict could be a difference of opinions. It could be a debate on certain topics. So conflicts themselves aren't necessarily a bad thing. And it's important to understand that when there is a conflict of some nature, that you can make it a positive experience. You can make it a learning experience. You can make it an educational experience overall. And remember that conflict can lead to change, and change can be positive. So, for instance, if we're talking about, you might like, I had an example before the show and I can't think of it now. But you have an example on how you want the furniture arranged in your room, okay? And I might think differently. You might want, your bed in a certain spot because it gives you better light. And I might suggest we put the bed in a different spot that gives you more room, and there's positives and negatives to both, and you might not have explored the aspects that I had. And at that point in time, it's a conflict, but it's not a fight, right?
Yeah.
So you may, because of your listening to me during the conversation of the conflict, you may see things from a different point of view and try something different. It might turn out better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what we need to keep in mind here. So consequences of teen conflicts. They also go into that. And they say without the necessary skill set, a teenager cannot land in tough situations, or a teenager can land in tough situations when it comes to conflicts. And I think this comes to just about any kind of interaction that you would normally have, right? If you don't know how to speak in public and you have an assignment where you have to speak in public, you're going to panic. You're going to not be able to do it well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about the conflict resolution skills that you learned from the course in school.
Well, one of the things they talked about was if you and one person are in a conflict and you're both very standing on your opinions, you can call in someone called a mediator. And the mediator is basically an outside person that wasn't involved in the conflict to begin with, so they can hear both sides and think of a way to help both sides, either with a win-win solution or a compromise.
And that's a role that you've played quite frequently with your friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you may have two friends that are in conflict with each other, and you step in and mediate that discussion and try to get them to agree on things. Describe a situation that you've had to do that in where it's turned out in a positive light.
Well, for one of the instances, my friends, basically have misunderstandings with each other. My one friend kind of gets emotional at certain things, and my other friend doesn't fully understand it. So whenever my one friend would get emotional and my other friend wouldn't be able to understand it, I'd be the mediator and try to help them work it out. Like, I tell my one emotional friend that, hey, it's okay, it happens, you just need to learn how to handle it. And I teach my other friend, hey, this happens to her, you might not fully understand it, but you might want to do it in order to help her out.
Right. Now, conflicts can happen at home, where unresolved conflicts can lead to strained relationships. One of the conflicts that we had recently was the debate about whether or not we were going to get another kitten. Now, I did not want to get one. Obviously, you and Mommy did, so I was outvoted there, number one. But the compromise that we came to was, we came to terms on how we were going to get the kitten, what kind of kitten we were going to get, what your role in taking care of the kitten was. So to resolve that conflict, we all came to terms with that, and we understood that, okay, it's not just fun and games, it's a responsibility thing. It's going to be a learning lesson for you. You're going to take care of the cat. We're going to get a certain kind of cat that'll bond to you. So that's how we resolve that conflict. Do you think that conflict resolution solution that we came up with is working out so far?
I mean, yeah, I definitely have learned to take responsibility, and in fact, I actually feel like I'm a real parent because I've been having, these little panic attacks when Pumpkin's leaving the nest, as if, your own child was going and doing their own thing, going out for school, and, since she was no longer under my guard and I knew the other cats weren't particularly kind with her, I got so panicked the one day of liberation that I ended up locking her in for the night.
Oh, wow, that's funny.
Yeah, I got so panicked with it that, I got connected to her, just like a mother would connect with their child.
Exactly, yeah.
I started getting these parental feelings that you'd kind of get with your own family, with your own child.
And that's good. That's exactly what we were hoping for. The other thing they talk about is that conflicts can be outside of the family, outside of your immediate circle. And when this happens, it can lead to broken friendships. It can lead to detention in school, and it can even lead to violence. So being able to resolve conflicts with other people is important, and it's more difficult because you might not know what they're willing to do to compromise or how interested they are in resolving the issue. Have you had any conflicts outside of family, anything from school or friends or anything like that, where you've ran into issues where you couldn't resolve these and it's caused friendships or anything?
I mean, yeah, especially in 6th grade. That was probably one of the hardest years of school in my life. Back then, I was kind of the problem because I had no way of controlling my emotions back then. I would lash out, and honestly, it did sometimes cost my friends to not want to be around me. But we did resolve it after I realized that I was not acting mature for my age and that I probably should have handled the situation differently, and we'd resolve, but it wasn't until I finally learned to control my emotions that the outbreaks finally stopped, and I didn't really have too many conflicts with my friends where I was the main problem. So, yeah.
Now, was that possibly a product of the fact that the friends that you hang around with or were hanging around with at the time were a couple years younger than you, and they hadn't reached that point in their development where they were having those hormonal struggles where it was affecting their ability to control their emotions?
I mean, yeah, my friends, most of my friends were pretty young. Most of my friends were pretty younger than I were younger than I was, and I'd sometimes lash out at them because because I was just experiencing the emotions and I had no real reason to control them, but I'd actually go to recess and hang out with my one friend who was the same age as me, and she'd normally help me calm myself down. We'd talk about what happened, and we'd just, try to calm each other down, and then by the end of the day, I'd apologize to my younger friends, and we'd be back to being friends.
Right. And that's usually how conflict resolution works.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the last thing that they do talk about here is the complications of being a teenager compounding conflict resolution. And they say the time between adulthood and childhood is full of changes, both physical and emotional. And that's clearly what you were talking about here, where the emotional changes were becoming an issue. They say with hormones raging, teenagers often find it difficult to be social. Do you have that issue? Do you find social interaction to be difficult going through this period of... You're largely through it at this point in time because you are pretty good at controlling your emotions, but do you find that was causing social problems for you?
I mean, yeah, I kind of started getting a little scared about being around people because I was afraid that at some point I might lash out at them even when they didn't deserve it, and I kind of just was in fear and kind of just tried to spend most of the time alone, trying to keep my emotions as calm as I could at the time.
Now, they say that temper tantrums, sulking, and ignoring parents are all standard teenage behavior. You didn't really go through a lot of these. You had some emotional outbursts, but do you think that these symptoms were things that have caused issues with you as far as building conflict with parents, teachers, or friends?
I mean, yeah, like I said, the emotional outbursts, sometimes it didn't happen at home. It would happen when I was around other people over the silliest of reasons. And yeah, I'd lash out at people, but it wasn't, horribly often. Like, it would happen sometimes, but after I realized this, I tried to hold up all my emotions until I got home, and then I'd basically just, scream. Or let it all out.
So most teenagers feel that others just don't get it. Have you ever run into that situation where that's caused some frustration or conflict for you?
I mean, sometimes, especially when I had the sadder outburst where I would just start crying for no real reason. I didn't understand it, and I didn't think you guys would understand it. If I didn't understand it, you guys wouldn't be able to understand it. That's basically what I went through.
Right. And I think a lot of kids go through that, but I think the thing that would probably surprise you is how much your parents actually can relate to the situation, because we've all been there. Times are different, kids are different, but there's fundamental human behaviors that are consistent over the years that all of us have gone through. So I think you'd be surprised at how much insight your parents might be able to lend to you and how much they do relate to you. They don't relate to you now. Like, one of the things that I tell you is, well, you don't need to worry about this stuff now because the relationships that you have now are insignificant. They're a blip on the radar of a few years of your life that after you're out of high school is not going to matter. And I totally get the concept that me telling you that doesn't help you because you can't visualize where I'm at now. But it's important to know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. What you're going through now is a temporary thing, and it's not going to matter in a few years. And I just hope that knowing that you can take some solace from that and know that, okay, I just have to get through this right now, and then I won't have to deal with it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I realize that comes across as we just don't get the problems you're running into. And it's not that. It's that we've been there, we've done that. As important and significant as you think these things are now, they're not. and they won't be in the future. What I think we lose focus on is that they are important to you now, and we need to deal with them now.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're not going to be there in a few years. So that's where I could see that disconnect where it may seem like we don't get it.
Yeah.
So conflict resolution skills are something all teenagers must learn. How do you think your skills at conflict resolution are at this point in time?
I mean, I definitely think I'm better than I was before, and I definitely think I can relate to other teenagers who are in the same position as me, where they still have the problem with emotional outbursts and having conflicts with some of their friends. And and one of the things that my teacher actually talked about when we were learning about conflict resolution is that when younger people get in a conflict, it's better to have a mediator that is the same age as them, because it's more likely that that person will understand what the teenagers are going through and will be able to help them resolve it a little better than most adults will.
That's a very good point. We'll have to reiterate that when we get to mediation later on.
Alrighty.
But let's take a little break. We'll come back and we'll talk about the conflict resolution commandments.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking conflict resolution today on Insights into Teens, and we have 10 conflict resolution commandments we'll run down real quick that are just sort of guidelines. So commandment 1 is something we've said already. Conflict is reality. There's no escaping the fact, and hiding won't solve anything, so you kind of need to deal with it. What's number 2 on the list?
Number 2 is you can't wish the problem away. Don't pretend and put on a mask. Keeping your feelings cooped inside won't work.
Right. Number 3, learn to deal with the problem, not the person. Conflict occurs because of a particular issue, not because of a person. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. There are some people who are born to argue and make conflict, but we'll leave it at that. They say don't make it personal. Just deal with the issue. It's a problem-solving thing. Deal with the problem. What's 4?
Be respectful. Listen to the other person. Really listen. Listening to your parents or teachers may seem like a drag, but zoning out is not the solution.
Right. Commandment 5 is be assertive. You don't need to be either passive or aggressive to deal with teen conflicts. You need to be assertive. Being assertive means putting your views forward confidently and calmly.
Yep. And commandment 6 is learn to negotiate. This is the most important skill you need to learn. Negotiating is a skill that will serve you in the long term.
Commandment 7 is stick to the present. Don't drag in past issues. Doing so will only muddy the conflict further.
And commandment 8 is the silent treatment does not work. Sulking is as bad as getting aggressive. It won't solve the problem. Talk it out.
Right. Number 9 is be understanding. Try to put yourself in the other person's shoes. Don't be defensive, and analyze the situation.
And finally, Commandment 10 is learn to say sorry. Stand in front of the mirror and practice, if the need be. If you're wrong, accept it. Doing so will not make you look weak. Only a strong person has the strength to say sorry. This simple word can work like magic. Try it.
Yes. So I wanted to kind of focus on a couple of these, but before we do that, I wanted to ask you, of these, were any of these talked about in what you went over in school?
Let's see. So, Commandment 1, conflict is reality. Yeah, they kind of went over everything, that conflict is unavoidable. It is just something.
It's like Thanos. It is inevitable.
Pretty much, yeah. You can't wish the problem away. Yeah, you need to have hard work in order to get the problem done. Learn to deal with the problem, not the person. Same thing. Don't take it personal, that whole thing. Be respectful. Yeah, we learned about that.
Now that one I want to dwell for a moment on that one.
Okay.
And being respectful, you should always be respectful, obviously.
Yeah.
But in the midst of a conflict, it becomes difficult, especially if your emotions get raised. You know, depending on how adamant one side or the other is arguing their point, you can get pretty animated, you can get pretty emotional, and when that happens, that veil of respectability tends to fall at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at that point that people start to take things personally.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that you maintain your respect for the other person and never let it get to the point where it's insulting or demeaning.
Mm-hmm.
What about assertiveness? Did you guys talk about assertiveness?
I don't think so, no.
So when they talk about assertiveness here, you're familiar with the terms passive-aggressive?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're passive, then you're basically going to let people walk all over you. You're not going to say your point. You're not going to stick up for yourself.
Yeah.
If you're overly aggressive, that's the opposite end of the spectrum. You're basically bullying your way through to conflict resolution,
Mm-hmm.
and that's going to leave ill feelings on other people's part. When you're assertive, you're just making sure that your point of view is heard. You know, you don't want people in conflicts. A lot of times assumptions are made. So people assume they know what you want or they know what your problem is.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes their assumptions are incorrect and they're arguing their point of view from an incorrect fact at that point. So when you're assertive, you're making sure that your point of view is very clear. You're making sure that your path to resolution is very clear and that you guys are talking about exactly what needs to be discussed and resolved.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean that you're pushing your point or you're bullying. You're just making sure that people know what your problem is.
Yep.
Negotiating. Did they teach you negotiating skills?
I mean, they taught us about negotiating and how negotiating is good to help resolve conflict.
And this is one that I've tried to teach you in the past. It wasn't traditional conflict resolution. When we go to the comic book shows and the pop culture shows that we go to, there's vendors there, and we always try to buy stuff from vendors, and we try to get the best price. And the negotiation for that best price is a conflict resolution. So when you negotiate and you want to buy, let's say, a picture, and they want to charge you $10 for the picture, that doesn't mean you have to pay $10 for it if they're willing to negotiate. And most people at these events are. So you come back with something that's reasonable but not insulting. You say, all right, how about $7? And then they may come back and say, well, $9. And you may meet somewhere in the middle, like $8. That's the negotiation, and that's the conflict resolution. Now, that works the same way in any other conflict resolution. If somebody, if you're at home and somebody breaks your fence and you need to get it fixed, that's a conflict. We need to come to terms. Okay, well, you pay for 50% of the repair and I'll pay for 50% of the repair, or whatever it is. It's still a negotiation. Any conflict resolution is a negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
The important thing about that is knowing what the value is in what you're negotiating over and being willing to take on some of that burden yourself to compromise. So stick to the present. Do you know what they mean by this?
Yeah, stick to the present meaning it means that you shouldn't, like, bring up a point like, oh yeah, well you did this and now you're doing this.
Exactly. Oh, well, last week you took my pencil and now this week I took yours as payback or something like that. You want to deal with the problem that you have at hand here. What about the silent treatment?
Well, they did say that you shouldn't ignore the problem.
Right. And sulking, when they talk about sulking, it's a matter of you feel you've been wronged in some way. And instead of dealing with it in the present right now, you're going to sort of play that silent treatment and it's going to build up inside of you. So by the time you actually decide to take action for conflict resolution, that's sort of eaten away at you like a cancer at that point in time. So what was a small problem before, you've sat on it and you've let that wear away at you for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. And now you're angry about it. And now it's a whole different elevation of problem where the problem itself hasn't gotten any bigger, but because you haven't dealt with it, it's gotten bigger to you. So you're more likely to overreact at that point in time, get emotional, be disrespectful, and it sort of breaks down that ability to negotiate.
Yeah.
Understanding. Tell us what your understanding of understanding is.
Understanding, basically, you need to understand the other person's viewpoint as well as your own, and like you said before in the first example, like the placement of furniture. Well, for the understanding part, we would both want to listen to each other's ideas and understand, okay, well, you have that point and I have this point, because then it'll be easier to compromise or negotiate with it.
Absolutely. That's a very good way of putting it. And learning to say you're sorry. Now, you don't always have to say you're sorry to resolve a conflict. It's important to understand that. Conflict resolution isn't like folding like a cheap lawn chair every time there's a conflict.
Yeah.
But when you're wrong, you're wrong. Admit to it, say you're sorry, and then try to find a path to resolution. Sometimes that's the hardest part for people, is to admit that they've done something wrong or said something wrong or whatever, and then owning up to it. And I think, to me, that's probably the biggest measure of a person's character, is the ability to recognize when you've done something wrong, to recognize it, apologize for it, and then set about correcting that. Because we all make mistakes, right? And what do I always say about mistakes?
It's fine to make mistakes as long as you learn from them.
Exactly. You learn more from your mistakes than you'll ever learn from your successes. And being humble and being able to say you're sorry builds a tremendous amount of character and a tremendous amount of respect that people will have for you after that. So I think we've touched on all these pretty well. Did you have anything to add to the commandments? Is there anything that we didn't talk about here that you wanted to talk about?
Not that I know of right now.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about the steps to conflict resolution. We've got 6 steps we're going to talk about here. And not all of them always apply, but we'll talk about all of them and make sure everyone understands how best to resolve conflicts. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to this week's edition of Insights into Teens. We are talking conflict resolution. And I think it's time that we talk about steps to conflict resolution. So the first thing is set the stage. They say agree to try to work together to find a solution peacefully and establish ground rules. For instance, no name calling, no blaming, no yelling, no interrupting. So that's the first step we talk about here. What's our next step?
The next step is gather perspectives. Each person describes the dispute from his or her perspective without interruption. Listeners pay close attention and then ask clarifying questions in a non-threatening manner. They consider not only what the other participants say they want, but why they want it. For example, if someone insists that you pay for something they believe you broke, they might be doing it not because they really care about the object or the money, but because they feel you don't respect them. Addressing the other person's need to feel respected may be key to resolving the conflict.
And again, that's another important thing here, is it's not always about the problem. Let's go back to you broke my fence. Well, okay, you broke my fence. I'm not really concerned about the fence, but I'm kind of upset that, okay, I got a great example. So we had a landscaper that would come out and cut the lawn for us in the summer. And we had a pool set up at one point in time, and he came through and he wound up hitting the pool and damaging the pool. And we had a difficult time finding this particular kind of pool. And he was like, well, I'll just pay for it. And it wasn't about the cost of the pool. It was about the recklessness of how he went about doing his job. And the fact that he didn't have respect for our property at that point in time. It was just, he came through, and I think he hit it with a weed whacker or something like that, and tore a gash in it. And it was more the principle of you're being paid to do a job and you're being paid to do it right, yet you didn't do it. And you think, just giving me $20 is going to solve the problem. So that kind of left a bitter taste in my mouth at that point in time. He's not our landscaper anymore because there were other similar incidents that it became a pattern at that point in time that he was not doing his job correctly. So sometimes it's more about just the problem itself, the conflict itself. It is about respect.
Mm-hmm.
The third thing that they talk about here is find common interests. Establish which facts and issues all participants agree on and determine why different issues are important to each person. Identify common interests, which can be as simple as a mutual desire to resolve the problem without resorting to violence, or a shared need to save face. And this is another one where a lot of times, especially in teens, it's a matter of pride. Well, you called me a name, or you called my mom a name, and I can't let you get away with it. And a lot of times, as a kid, for me at least, I got into a lot of fights over pride. And ultimately, in hindsight, it's a matter of, well, they're words. Words don't matter to me at this point in time, but they did then because I was a teenager. So sometimes that's what it comes down to as well. But you have to make sure they understand why you're offended by it. You can't just be offended by something someone says and then not reveal that to them, because they may have a completely different opinion. Another great example. When my mom was still alive, she was very big on birthdays. And to me, birthdays aren't that significant. It's just I survived another year. That's great. Well, when you're 30 some years old, they're not important. But when you're 60 some years old and there's, you come to the reality that there's only so many birthdays that you get, and you start to appreciate that later on in life when there's few of them that you're going to be getting, it's more important.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't go to see her. I didn't get her a present or anything like that. And I forgot about it. And when she brought it to my attention, she was genuinely hurt. And I didn't understand why, because to me, birthdays weren't significant. So I kind of made light of it. I didn't give it the same level of attention that she thought I should have. And I made the situation worse. And in hindsight, I realized that even though it wasn't important to me, it was important to her. So I made sure that I went to see her every birthday at that point in time, and I always made a big deal about it after that. Even to this day, I still go to the cemetery and visit her on her birthday because it was important to her. So that's another thing, is understanding the value that people place on things and situations and words and insults. When you do that, then you can understand why they react the way they do. Don't just assume they feel the same way about something that you do. It's important to communicate and find out what their beliefs are. What's number 4?
Number 4 is create options. Take the time for each teen to brainstorm about possible solutions to the problem. Come up with a list of options without immediately judging them or feeling committed to them. Try to think of solutions where both people gain something. Think win-win. Too often we assume that one person is to win, the other person has to lose. In reality, it is often possible to think creatively and come up with a solution that both people feel good about, where both walk away feeling that their needs have been met.
This is why I don't like math. And I've mentioned this to you in the past. I don't like math because there's one answer to all math problems.
Mm-hmm.
That's the correct answer. And I'm the type of person, in my experience, I like to find options and alternatives. And I do this at work all the time. We're presented with problems or we're presented with challenges, and it's up to us to find the best option. So sometimes my boss will go out and make a decision, and it's not the best decision, but it's one that will solve the problem. When he comes to me, I can go through, I can look at what the needs are, what the requirements are, then I can present options. You have option A, B, and C. Here's the pros and cons of each. Here's the cost of each. This is where we are. Then, with those options in hand and that information, we can, as a team, figure out what the best option is for that solution. So having those options is very important, and providing those options to people is important. Now, the next step after you create the options is to evaluate those options. After a number of options are suggested, each teen discusses his or her feelings about each of the proposed solutions. Participants will negotiate and often will need to compromise in order to reach a conclusion that is acceptable to both. They may need to agree to disagree about some issues to reach an understanding. And that concept right there is also very important. We don't all agree on everything, and we're not going to.
Mm-hmm.
This latest election is probably a prime example of that. There are some things that one side will feel that the other side will never feel. And you can argue until you're blue in the face, and you argue to a level of frustration, and then you get emotional, you get disrespectful, and it boils into a bigger conflict.
Mm-hmm.
There are times where you have to just come to the reality that you and I aren't going to agree. So we have to agree to disagree. And that's the common ground that we find. And then let's move on, right? What's number 6, the last in our list here?
Number 6 is create an agreement. The teens involved explicitly state their agreement and may even want to write it down. If necessary, they set up a time to check back to see how the agreement is working.
Now that's kind of formal the way they state it there, but I think ultimately every conflict resolution comes down to some kind of agreement. And those agreements invariably always have different terms attached to them. Sometimes it's, I'll borrow this for this week and you get it for next week. Sometimes it's there's a cost and you pay this amount and I'll pay a different amount or whatever it is. So there's always some type of agreement that is reached here, and it's important that you honor that agreement. And part of that reason is that if you have a conflict with someone and you come to an agreement and you fail to fulfill your part of that bargain, then your trust level drops off significantly.
Mm-hmm.
And the next time you have a conflict with that person or someone else, you now have a reputation for not abiding by the terms of your agreements. And it makes it much more difficult to resolve conflicts with others. It makes you look bad in their eyes and the eyes of your peers. And it leads to more conflicts down the line. So it's very important to have that agreement and formalize it in some way. If you agree to pay for the fence because you broke the fence, shake hands and sort of seal the deal there, even if it's just symbolically, so that you know that there is an agreement and that the conflict has come to an end. And the last thing that I wanted to talk about here, and it's not in our notes, but I think it's important to understand that not all conflicts can or will be resolved, and nor will they be resolved to your satisfaction. So you have to be prepared to accept that as an ultimate outcome. Sometimes people just don't agree.
Mm-hmm.
I've been feuding with my brothers for various things for 20 years now. And I tried numerous times to reach out to them, to try to resolve things, to try to patch things up, and they just were not interested in doing so. So there came a point that I had to accept the fact that I'm just not going to be able to resolve this conflict. I had to accept that, and I had to move on. There are times that there is a resolution, but it's not one that's ideal for you. And it's one that you may have to live with. I'm divorced from my first wife. And when that divorce occurred, there was a custody agreement between myself and her regarding our son. And I didn't like it. I didn't get to see him as often as I wanted to see him. It ultimately, it went on for years, and we made the most of it that we could at the time, but ultimately it didn't end as well as I would have liked it to. But it was one of those things where that was the best solution that presented itself at the time, even though it wasn't an ideal solution.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to know that there's not always a winner and a loser in a conflict resolution. That's, we've mentioned that. But there's not always a resolution either. Mm-hmm. So you have to understand and analyze what the outcome of that will be and prepare for that too.
Mm-hmm.
Don't always expect a resolution to come out of it. Did you have anything else to add?
I was just thinking maybe we could talk a bit more about mediators.
Okay. Let's bring up the idea of mediation, because I didn't really cover it here.
Yeah, so mediation is something you use if both people are standing on their ideas of what's right and what's wrong and don't seem to agree. They then get an outside force considered a mediator. And basically the mediator is supposed to hear both sides and hopefully get both of them to come up with either a win-win solution or a compromise.
Right. So your mediator would be impartial. They wouldn't take a side here. They would listen to the arguments from both sides, kind of like a judge.
Mm-hmm.
They would listen to the ideas from both sides and then help to propose some of the solutions that are available.
Mm-hmm.
The mediator usually doesn't pass judgment. They're there to basically affect communication and to try to get you to cooperate to the point to get to a conflict resolution.
Yeah, and it's important to note that your mediator can't really just be anyone. It needs to be someone who has good communication skills and has good problem-solving skills, because if you get someone who's not good with that, they might just make the conflict even worse.
Right, and you definitely want to make sure you don't get someone who's partial to one side or the other. Like, you don't want someone's best friend to be the mediator.
Mm-hmm.
You want an independent third party to do the mediation for you to ensure that both sides are represented equally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that works. Take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing remarks and shout-outs.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing remarks.
Okay, so for everyone out there, regardless of your age, like we've said multiple times before, conflict is inevitable. It is something that will never go away and will always be there. And it's important to try and resolve the conflict as much as you can, and important to note that it's not always going to go your way, and it's not always going to be able to get resolved. So it's important to understand and learn how to resolve conflict and know that it's not always going to happen and not everything's going to go in your favor.
Okay, very well said.
Thank you.
Before we go, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can catch our video versions of our podcast as Insights into Things. Our audio versions are listed as Insights into Teens. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Pandora, and Amazon. We'd also love to hear from our viewers and listeners out there. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can catch our high-res videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription that you would be very appreciative if you throw it our way. Audio versions of our podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at Insights Into Things, and you can get links to all of this, plus show notes, transcripts, and other stuff that I can't think of right now on our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 92, our holiday 2020 special. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my festive and generous co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
I'm doing pretty well.
So this is going to be our last podcast for the 2020 season. We're going to be taking a brief hiatus over the holidays. We will be back after the new year with new content and fresh new topics. But I figure we would finish up this year with a little bit of holiday fun.
Yay.
So today we're going to be talking first about holiday traditions. I have some questions that I want to throw at you and get your input on, the holiday traditions that we celebrate. Maybe share a little bit about how the holidays were different when I was a kid. Then we're going to do some holiday trivia. What we're going to be talking about are the holidays that we celebrate. And when I did go through and start putting trivia questions together, I was going to include questions regarding Kwanzaa, but I realized I don't know enough about Kwanzaa to give it the attention and respect that it deserves. So I thought it best if we just make it an honorable mention at this point and deal with the holidays that we know best. And then we'll finally end the show with our Would You Rather Holiday Edition. I have 25 Would You Rather holiday related questions that we'll finish the show with.
Yay.
And we'll close out the 2020 season with a little bit of fun, some decorations. You and Mommy did a fantastic job decorating the set.
Thank you.
As we switch camera angles, you'll see different decorations. Have a little bit of holiday music in the background, a little bit of fun, and see how it goes. What do you think?
I think that sounds swell.
All right, are we ready to get started?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So holiday traditions. Now, Christmas was always kind of a big thing around my house. I was raised Christian. My family was Roman Catholic, so Christmas was a big event for us. And growing up, we didn't have a lot. My dad didn't make a lot of money. My mom didn't work, so we were pretty poor for most of my youth. So there wasn't a lot of gift giving throughout the year. But my dad really tried to make up for that around Christmas time. He would tend to go overboard on Christmas. So that's one of the things that I tend to remember about the holidays. The holidays were always special, so I've always tried to make them special for you and Sam and the other people around me, even the people that I work with. I try to make the holidays a special time. Mm-hmm. So I have some questions here that I want to throw at you. I've got 25 questions regarding holiday traditions. So let's get right into it. So the first question is, what are a few of the holiday traditions we do as a family each year?
Okay, so we technically celebrate two holidays. We celebrate Christmas, mainly because you celebrated Christmas, you were a Christian, and we also celebrate Hanukkah because Mommy's Jewish. So I kind of got to experience both of the holidays. So, since it's actually the third night, it's going to be the third night of Hanukkah tonight, our Hanukkah traditions, right now, we have 3 different menorahs. The first menorah you can see on your screen. We call it a Minecraft menorah right there. And we also have the traditional menorah where we light the candles. And we also have an electrical one where we turn the flames,
the bulbs
to light the menorah. And each night we take turns doing each one. Well, when I got old enough to be okay playing with fire in a way.
Well, we don't play with fire.
Not play with fire. When I was old enough to light the actual menorah.
Right.
So we've been switching so far. That's one of the traditions for Hanukkah. We also sing our song that we sing when we light the menorahs.
Right, the blessing of the candles.
Yep. And then we also, on the first night, we always, Mommy makes her traditional latkes, and we always have that for dinner.
So what are latkes?
Latkes are potato pancakes.
Okay.
They're sort of I don't know how to describe them. They're kind of tater-tot-ish, but
they're like
flat.
hash browns, kind of.
Hash browns, yeah.
Yeah.
She would make them. She makes the mix. Sometimes I'd help her out with that. And
By mix, you mean the homemade recipe that she always uses.
Yeah, the homemade recipe.
If your home was Manischewitz home, but okay.
Yeah. So yeah, she makes the latkes, she makes them for dinner, and we also have sour cream and applesauce, which are traditional foods for Hanukkah.
Mm-hmm.
And then after we light the candles and when it's time for dessert, we have jelly donuts.
Right.
Because you basically Hanukkah foods mainly consist of fried food, and jelly donuts and potato pancakes are technically fried, so...
And what's the significance of the fried food?
Because I'm guessing it includes oil.
Right.
Because it celebrates when the Maccabees had only enough oil to light one night, and it lasted for 8 days, which was considered the miracle, which is why Hanukkah lasts for 8 days.
Very good.
And then, of course, we always give each other presents.
Yes, we do.
So yeah, those are pretty much our Hanukkah traditions. For Christmas, we make sure to put up our Christmas tree. We decorate it with the ornaments. We definitely have different preferences for trees. We normally go for the smaller trees since we don't have much. We have room in our living room, but it's a little tedious. So we just have tiny trees most of the time. Our actual tree is a little bigger than the one we have here, but still pretty tiny.
Right.
We also normally set it on a table and cover it with, what would you call what we cover the table with?
It's a tree skirt.
A tree skirt, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Mommy will wrap the presents, without us looking. We'll make sure to put her presents in the bags. And then we normally put them under the tree and then wait for Christmas Day.
Right. So what else do? We do a couple different light shows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go to Shady Brook Farms. They have a very long drive-through that they do.
Yep.
There's a new one that's a little further south of us that we might be doing tonight if the weather holds out. And what else is there? There's what we call the Gaudy House that we do. That's a good one where every square inch of this person's front lawn and side lawn and everything is covered with Christmas decorations.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally we'll go to there's a neighborhood in Pittman, New Jersey, and they decorate multiple houses, and you can walk through the yards, and they do a very nice job of that.
Mm-hmm.
But what do we do Christmas Eve? What's the big tradition we do Christmas Eve?
We make, I think the big tradition was...
There's something that you make and then you leave, right?
Cookies.
Right.
We make cookies.
Right. And who do we make cookies for?
Santa.
And what do we leave anything else?
Yeah, we typically leave carrots for the reindeer, but he sometimes doesn't really get the hint.
Right.
We also always leave milk as well.
Right. Well, sometimes by the time... Oh, wow. I'm off on that camera.
Oh, gosh.
Look at that. Sometimes by the time, Santa gets to us with his reindeer, they've already stopped at a number of other houses, so they might not be hungry.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we've covered that question pretty well. So question number 2 is, what is your favorite holiday tradition that our family does?
Ooh, my favorite one.
That's a tough one, I know.
My favorite one. Well, I like how on Christmas Day we all wake up, we're all in our pajamas, and we normally have something similar to a Yule log that we have on our screen over here. And we just sit down and enjoy ourselves, and we open the presents, see if Santa was able to eat the cookies, and see what he left behind. So yeah, I kind of like that tradition because it's a very homey tradition. It's something that we've been doing for a really long time, and honestly, I really feel the Christmas spirit in there, and it's just a really enjoyable moment for me.
Okay, good. That's what we shoot for with our Christmas traditions.
Yep.
Question number 3 is, are there holiday traditions that we don't do as a family that you wish we did do?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I wish we could play Dreidel a bit more than we normally do. We normally
that's a fair point.
We normally do it 1 or 2 nights. If you don't know what playing Dreidel is, a Dreidel is a 4-sided top, basically, that has different signs. And depending on which sign you land on, you either... So, there's a pile of gelt, and you each get a certain number of gelt.
That's gelt, not guilt, right? Gelt.
Gelt.
And gelt are just chocolate coins.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So we all get a same number each grouped, and depending on what you land on, you either grab something from the pile, you do nothing, you win, or you put one of your coins in the pile, I think.
It's a relatively innocent way to teach your children how to gamble.
Yeah.
So more dreidel. Gotcha. I'll make a note of that.
Alrighty.
What's the earliest holiday celebration that you can remember? And I ask this because when I think of holidays, there was one particular Christmas that I remember, and it had to have been 1983. I was a few years younger than you. It was the year that Return of the Jedi came out, and it's been labeled forever in my family as the Star Wars Christmas. And it was a year that my mom was very sick. I think she had hurt her back or something like that, and she couldn't get out of bed. So normally what would happen for Christmas Day for us, I would get up usually at some ridiculous hour because I was the youngest of 4 boys. And I'd get up at 5 o'clock, and I'd go in there because I wasn't allowed to go downstairs until my mom and dad gave us the okay. So I'd get up at 5 o'clock, and I'd go in and wake my mom up and ask her if it was okay. And once we finally got the okay, we'd all go downstairs. They'd be downstairs already. We'd go downstairs, and we'd get the big reveal. Well, this particular year, my mom couldn't get out of bed. I think it was her sciatic. I think that's what it was. She couldn't walk. So instead of going downstairs for the big reveal like we normally did, we decorated up my parents' bedroom, and we did the big reveal in the bedroom.
Aww.
And I got all my Star Wars stuff that year. And my mom would tell me horror stories about the fact that they bought me 30 different action figures, and they individually wrapped every single one of them.
Wow.
My mom said it took her hours to do it. And I unwrapped every single one, and I remember for the next, I guess we were off from school for 2 weeks, I would go upstairs and I'd play with my Star Wars toys upstairs so I could keep my mom company because she couldn't get out of bed until probably first or second week of January. So that was my big, wonderful Christmas experience. What is the holiday that stands out most to you?
What holiday stands out to me the most? That's a tricky one. I don't know if I can remember. Do you have any ones that you thought would be the biggest Christmas?
Well, the one that really kind of stuck with me was the year we got you all the Disney play sets. And they were these huge because the monorail, for instance, if I switch to that view, we can see the monorail over your shoulder there.
Yep.
That was part of it. So you wound up getting a whole bunch of different play sets. You got Epcot, you got the monorail, you got the Contemporary, you got the Disney Castle, you got all this stuff. And it came in these huge boxes. And we didn't have room for a tree that year. So we took all the boxes, we stacked them all up in a pyramid to look like a tree, and we covered it up with a blanket. And you came down, and you didn't know what to make of it all. And I don't remember. Mommy will have to remind me how old you were at the time. Oh, Mommy said we're not getting sound. All right, well, I'm not sure why not, but... Hang on. There's always something, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Audio. How about that? Is that okay? Now we should be getting sound.
Okay.
All right, so we missed like a third of this, but that's okay. When we publish on Monday, we'll have all the sound issues fixed for you. I apologize for those listening live.
It's okay.
So anyway, we had this big giant pile of toys covered up, and you came down, you're kind of groggy-eyed, didn't know what to make of it. You came down, we pulled the sheet off, and we got the wow. And just your eyes lit up. You saw all the stuff there, and it was just, that effect was the effect that I remember having as a kid, my Star Wars year, you know, and it was touching to be able to get that effect from you.
Yeah.
And then we cleared a section over by the windows and we set the monorail up, and you and I played with all the toys and everything there for...
Yeah, I think I remember. I think I remember playing with it. I don't entirely remember seeing the giant Christmas tree of presents, but I definitely remember playing afterwards.
Yeah, so that's the one that I remember the most with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's move on. So, number 4, what's the earliest... I asked that one already. Number 5, name one gift you've received for the winter holidays. Doesn't matter which holiday. Name one gift from last year that you remember getting.
Last year?
Yes.
Okay, I remember last year, I think Mommy had gotten me, like, a bunch of these, like, so I was into Lost Kitties. I still kind of am. And Lost Kitties were basically these little, like, blind bags that came with clay, and typically you'd get a little kitty toy out of it, and it would be like, it would either be like a plain cat, a different colored cat, or just a cat doing something hilarious. And I remember, I think it was last year, that there were 2 presents that Mommy had wrapped that were the same size, and there were a bunch of different things in the Lost Kitty universe toy thing. I don't know what to call it. And there were these little milk bottle shaped ones that came with little kittens. And I'd gotten a few of them before, and like, when I was opening one of them, I realized, wait, this feels like I kind of thought, I kind of knew what it would be, and turns out I was right. It was one of those 2 of the little milk things for the Lost Kitties. So yeah, I remember getting that last year.
Okay, cool. So number 6 is, do you think you'll continue some of our family traditions when you're older and have your own family?
Probably, yeah. Especially the menorah thing. I think it's hilarious.
The menorah thing.
I don't know. I really like the menorah tradition where we all just have like 3 different menorahs and each of us do a different menorah each night. I just think like that would be, I want to carry that tradition over for when if I have my own family.
Okay.
And for Christmas traditions, I want to go out and do similar things like Shady Brook and seeing the lights for Christmas, as well as, of course, the typical Christmas Eve and morning.
Okay, good answer. If you're given the opportunity, would you like to start a new holiday tradition yourself for the family? Like, I'll tell you, the one that I started when I obviously started the family was reading of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
Oh.
So is there anything like that you'd like to start yourself?
Well, I mean, we're kind of gonna be doing it now, and that's to kind of do a little, like, a special podcast. Like, I want to kind of carry the podcast over for when I have my own family, and I want to, keep it going and then do similar, podcasts for seasonal, family traditions, as well as, coming soon. No, can I?
Go ahead.
We actually did our version of A Christmas Carol where
We actually released it last week.
oh
So
yeah, we did our version of The Christmas Carol with all four of us voicing different characters from the screenplay we adapted for ourselves. And I kind of want to do a similar thing because there are other Christmas stories out there that possibly next year we'll come up with another one.
Next year we're actually looking at maybe doing The Grinch, but that's going to require some creative writing, I think. I haven't been able to find a suitable script yet.
Yep.
So question 8, how do you think holiday traditions will be affected by the COVID pandemic this year?
Well, if you ever get together with, like, all of your family for Christmas, that's probably going to be affected, because unless you live with that family, you're more than likely not going to be able to see all of them. But then again, you can always do, like, a Zoom meeting, or just have a meeting with all of them.
Yeah, what we did for Thanksgiving actually worked out pretty well. I was very impressed with the Zoom call for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and then of course, if you go out for Christmas, things will definitely be affected, especially due to the pandemic, but I think that most people just have, like, Christmas morning where the kids wake up early, they bug the parents to get up, and then they have the ceremonial opening of the presents. I don't think that's really going to be ruined, because it's more of a home thing.
Right. Moving right along, what do you think is a fair amount to spend on someone for the holidays?
Definitely not too little, because you don't want to make them feel like you didn't like put too much thought into them, but definitely not too much where you overspend on them. I think the right amount would just be to show, like, hey, I know what you like, and here's something that I wanted to give you. Like, it doesn't really matter the cost, as long as it's meaningful to them. Like, I remember one year, you guys had gotten me my little fish tank, when I was younger.
Boy, yeah.
And I played with that thing for, like, ever. It was just like a little thing where it was like an aquarium with water, and, like, there's little...
And it wasn't even real fish either.
Yeah, and it was just like little plastic fish, but I would, like, shake that thing, bring it everywhere.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, like, it doesn't even matter, like, if it's a really amazing or priceless gift. As long as the person enjoys the gift and feels as though, hey, and it basically just gets the message across, like, hey, I care about you, here's something I think you would enjoy. I think that's just the important thing. Nicely
said. Do you have a favorite holiday song?
Let's see. A Christmas holiday song?
Any holiday song.
Oh.
Could be Hanukkah, too.
Yeah, like, do I have a favorite? I definitely know songs I don't like, but there are, like, I don't have a favorite, okay? I'm not very picky with songs most of the time. I can listen to mostly anything as long as it's not on repeat over and over again. I can find almost anything catchy except for certain songs.
Okay.
Like, I like a bunch of the Hanukkah songs. I don't think any of them are particularly bad. I like most Christmas songs. Some are kind of not my taste, and some I wish wouldn't be repeated over and over again.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I still have some songs that I like. I don't particularly have favorites. I just have songs that are like, oh, hey, this sounds pretty cool.
Okay. Where are we? Do you prefer receiving gifts or giving gifts?
I prefer giving gifts. It's amazing to see the faces of surprise when when you like find out and enjoy a gift that I thought would make you happy, and to see that it did make you happy means a lot to me. It means that, hey, I appreciate that you care so much about me to get me this. And I love the priceless looks on your guys' faces when you find your presents. I specifically remember one year where Mommy had kind of tricked you with one of her presents. Do you remember that?
That was one where I thought it was the castle and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was basically like, Mommy had, you can cut. Whenever you think about Legos, like shaking it, you'll hear the Legos. And Mommy decided to kind of trick you. We originally thought it was going to be a Lego set that I would build for you. Turns out Mommy had just put coins in there in order to give it that sound. And it was actually tickets to go see one of your favorite bands, the Eagles.
The Eagles, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was
pretty good.
Just to see, like, the look on your face was hilarious and amazing.
That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So when do you start getting into the holidays?
Well, I typically, for any holiday, I typically get into the holiday when the holiday before it is done, or when the month of it is. I don't typically start celebrating Christmas before Halloween's over. I typically celebrate Christmas on when December finally rolls around. I think then it would be an appropriate time because you still have 2 major holidays before you get to Christmas and all the other winter holidays. But I can understand people who want to celebrate it earlier, especially during these times, that they'd want to get that happiness and joy that they feel from those holidays.
Right. No, that's a good point. The last question that I had for our holiday traditions is, what is your fondest holiday memory?
So, I can remember one year, where I had actually, it was kind of controversial to what I think now. I kind of wanted a puppy, and now, being the cat person I am, I don't really remember why I wanted a puppy. I just wanted a puppy. I don't know why. And I had asked Santa for it, and then...
And he was like, no, get a cat instead.
No, the present he gave me came with a letter that said, sorry I couldn't get you a real puppy, but he instead gave me a stuffed puppy, which I thought was still really amazing. It added to my stuffed animal collection, and honestly, I wasn't disappointed that I didn't even get a puppy.
Did he blame it on your parents that they wouldn't let you get a puppy?
No, I don't remember. But he just, apologized for not being... But his note just apologized for not getting me an actual puppy, but he thought that the stuffed animal would at least work, and it did.
Nice. Well, that was all we had for our holiday traditions. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back, and we'll get into some trivia, and we'll burn through trivia real quick. Yay. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking holiday traditions. This is our episode 92 holiday special 2020 edition of Insights into Teens. We're going to do some holiday trivia. You ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. What did the other reindeer not let Rudolph do because of his shiny red nose?
They didn't let him play the reindeer games.
Right. Question 2. Who was the first president to celebrate Hanukkah at the White House?
Oh.
Pick a president.
Were they a recent?
Just pick a president.
John F. Kennedy. I don't know.
Close, actually. Harry Truman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, very close. So it was a fairly recent president. This one I know you'll get because of this year's Christmas creative special that we did. How many ghosts show up in A Christmas Carol?
The three ghosts. The ghosts of Christmas.
Really? How did you get that wrong? You played them all. Yeah, exactly. Four ghosts. You forgot Marley's ghost.
Oh my god.
You played all the ghosts. Well, not that you could play the last one, but
yeah, I couldn't really
as
play
much
the
as you
last
could.
one.
Question 4. What do people, and I'll take one of two answers here, neither of which is what we do, but what do people traditionally put on top of a Christmas tree?
An angel or a star.
And what do we put on top of a Christmas tree?
Darth Vader.
Yes, we do.
A Darth Vader corkscrew.
Question 5. Here's another easy one. How long does Hanukkah last?
8 nights.
8 crazy nights. Question 6. In the classic Christmas movie, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the Grinch was described with 3 words. What are they? And they all start with the same letter.
Stunk, stink, and stank.
Yes, not necessarily in that order. Question 7. What words follow Silent Night in the song Silent Night?
Holy Night, I think.
Are you asking me or are you telling me?
Holy Night?
Holy Night would be correct. Question 8. Which Hollywood actor played 6 different roles in the movie The Polar Express?
I don't know Hollywood actors for the most part.
I didn't think you would. Tom Hanks.
Oh, okay.
They actually used his face for the likeness of the conductor. Question 9. You'll get this one too. In Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, what was the first name of Scrooge?
Ebenezer.
Yes. Question 10. What did Frosty the Snowman do when a magic hat was placed on his head?
He began to dance around.
And which rendition, this is a bonus question here, which rendition of Frosty the Snowman is my absolute favorite?
The cartoon one.
The Jimmy Durante one. Frosty the Snowman. Where are we at? Number 11. 11 is, what is the candle holding object that is lit each night of Hanukkah?
The menorah.
Correct. And what's the first candle that you light that lights all the others?
The Shamish.
Yes, good job.
Took me a moment.
That wasn't even one of the questions, but you got the bonus.
Mommy was probably going to be mad at me if I didn't get that.
Number 12, what are you supposed to do when you find yourself under the mistletoe?
Kiss the person you're under the mistletoe with.
Yeah, that is correct.
This is why I never go underneath any of them.
That's great. Question 13. Which one of Santa's reindeer has the same name as another holiday mascot?
Is it the popular one, Rudolph?
Nope.
Or,
The other holiday would be Valentine's Day.
okay.
It starts with a C.
Comet?
Really? Do people throw comets at each other for Valentine's Day?
Hang on. Cupid.
Cupid. Very good. That was a tough one.
Took me a moment.
Which country started the tradition of putting up a Christmas tree in the house? You might not know this one.
No, I don't think so.
Germany.
Oh.
Yes. And then when Queen Victoria married Prince Albert of Germany, they started the tradition in England of putting up a Christmas tree. Question 15. According to the song, what did my true love give to me on the 8th day of Christmas? Yeah, you got to go through that whole song now. It doesn't have anything to do with your brain games thing where you tricked me, though.
Okay. Oh my god, what was it? I don't think it's a bird.
It rhymes with silk.
Oh, 8 Maids and Milking.
Yes, there you go.
Oh,
Good
that
job.
took me a while.
Question 16. Why is fried food often associated with Hanukkah?
Because it contains oil, like I mentioned before, which relates to the story of Hanukkah, where the Maccabees only had enough oil to light the candles to light the menorah for 1 day, but it lasted for 8 days. Hence the miracle.
Very good.
And lasting Hanukkah.
Question 17. This one's a math one, and math is hard.
Okay.
How many gifts total were given in the 12 days of Christmas if you add them all up?
Okay, so 12 plus 11 would be 23. 23 plus 10 would be 33. 33 plus 9.
You want a calculator?
No. would
Take a
be
guess.
42.
No, take a guess. We don't have that much time.
My gosh. I don't know.
364.
Ah.
Yes. It's okay. You don't have to know all these. Some of these are kind of trick questions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's an easy one. How do you say Merry Christmas in Spanish?
Feliz Navidad.
Very good. Question 19. Where is the largest reported menorah in the world located? I don't know is an appropriate answer.
I don't know.
New York.
Ah.
Actually, the Grand Army Plaza in New York.
Really?
Yep. Question 20. And I only have 27 questions, so we're almost there. What's the name of the last ghost that visits Scrooge in A Christmas Carol?
Future yet. Nope. Christmas yet to come.
Very good. Not the ghost of Christmas future.
Yeah.
Like everyone else refers to it. 21. Visions of what food danced in children's head as they slept in the poem "'Twas the Night Before Christmas"?
Visions of sugar plums.
Very good. 22. What was Frosty the Snowman's nose made out of?
Coal.
No.
Carrot.
No. Run down the list of accessories.
A button.
A button, right. Question 23. Is Hanukkah the most important Jewish holiday on the calendar?
I'm going to guess no.
That would be a good guess because holidays like Passover and Rosh
Yeah.
Hashanah are more significant religiously.
I was gonna say Passover is probably more significant than Hanukkah.
Absolutely. Question 24. What popular Christmas song was actually written for Thanksgiving?
Jingle Bells.
Correct. How'd you know that?
I actually knew that from music. They actually talked about when we were learning Jingle Bells that it was actually made for Thanksgiving.
Nice.
Because it doesn't specify anything Christmas related. It just specifies winter and, unlike now.
Thanksgiving doesn't actually occur in winter,
Yeah, but
right?
yeah, but it used to snow during Thanksgiving.
That's true. Question 25. What are Christmas trees also called? And it has to do with the pagan holiday. What's the name of the pagan holiday?
Pagan holiday.
What's the name of the log?
Yule log?
Yule is the pagan holiday. Yule tree is what they're also referred to as.
Okay.
Question 26. Translated into English, what do the symbols on a dreidel stand for?
So the first symbol, the symbol that lets you win is called Gimel.
Right, but that's Hebrew. So each of those letters, each of those symbols is a Hebrew letter that represents a word. When you take all four of those and you translate those to English, what is the message that it symbolizes? I need a buzzer. It symbolizes the phrase, a great miracle happened there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Should have remembered that.
Yeah. It's in your book. My first Hanukkah book.
Mm-hmm.
Question 27 and the last of the questions that we have. And you'll love this one. I had to throw this one in. What Wookiee holiday in Star Wars is celebrated around the same time as all these holidays?
Life Day.
Life Day, right. I had to get a Star Wars reference in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So you did pretty good. I think you got the majority of those.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we are going to play a very quick round of Would You Rather Holiday Edition.
Awesome.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens, episode 92. This is our holiday special 2020. We're going to do some Would You Rather Holiday Edition. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Would you rather work in Santa's workshop or work in a giant toy factory?
Work in a giant toy factory.
Okay. Would you rather get the best gift you ever received again, or a new gift but have no idea if it'll be good or bad?
A new gift. I like the surprise.
Okay, I can go with that. Would you rather spend the holidays with your family or with 3 celebrities that you get to pick?
My family. I don't really have any, real connection with celebrities or anything.
Well, thank you, I think. Would you rather be a kid or a grandparent during the holidays?
I like being a kid.
Okay. Good thing you are. Would you rather wear a Santa outfit or an elf outfit to work every day for a month?
An elf. I don't think they have, as warm of clothing.
Yeah, I don't think Santa outfits would be very comfortable.
Yeah.
Would you rather have dreidel, 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 or jingle bells stuck in your head? Now that both of them are stuck in your head.
Jingle bells. I know how to play it on the trumpet now, so...
Nice. Would you rather give up Christmas trees or Christmas cookies?
Give them up?
Yeah, not have them anymore.
Christmas cookies. They smell weird.
Okay. Would you rather have to eat 1,000 chocolate Hanukkah coins or just one, but with the wrapper still on?
1,000 chocolate Hanukkah coins.
Okay. Would you rather know what all your gifts are or be surprised by all your gifts?
Be surprised. Like I said, I don't like knowing things.
Okay.
Well, at least, related to this.
So here's a strange one. Would you rather be a human menorah or a human dreidel?
Oh. I guess a human menorah?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's either uncomfortable holding 8 candles or spinning around all day.
Yeah.
Would you rather go for a ride on Santa's sleigh or take a trip on the Polar Express?
Polar Express. I don't like heights.
I can't argue with that. Would you rather light 8 candles the first night of Hanukkah and count down, or light 1 candle the first night and count up?
1 candle the first night and count up. It's weird when you count down, I think.
And it looks very impressive at the end of the 8 nights too.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have a snowy Christmas or a hot Christmas with no snow at all?
Snowy Christmas.
I would too.
I like the cold better than the warmth, and snow always looks so mesmerizing on the ground.
Yeah, it does. Would you rather only be able to eat latke or never eat latke again?
Latke? What's that?
Really?
Potato pancakes. Probably never eat latke again.
You're not a big fan of them.
Yeah, not really.
That's okay. Would you rather volunteer as a mall Santa or in a live nativity with livestock?
I guess a mall Santa.
Okay. Would you rather get a useful gift or a fun gift?
I guess a fun gift.
I would too. Would you rather star on a popular holiday music single or star in a popular holiday movie?
A popular holiday movie. I don't really know how to sing. Well, I know how to sing, but I don't
I don't know how to sing well. Where are we at? Oh, 18. Would you rather vacation someplace cold or hot during the holidays? Now, last year we did someplace relatively warm.
Yeah. Kind of cold. I like the cold better than I like the heat.
So that question is really more along the lines of, would you rather vacation someplace cold or Disney? Would you rather donate money or time during the holidays?
I think that's kind of difficult because both can really help people.
That's true.
I'm on the fence.
Okay, well, we'll pretend we didn't ask that question then. Would you rather eat Christmas dinner at home or help serve Christmas dinner to those who are less fortunate?
Help serve those who are less fortunate. Mommy's normally the cook for our family, and I think helping other people would hopefully help the world out.
Okay. Would you rather be best friends with Frosty the Snowman or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Frosty. I like his energy.
Okay. Would you rather receive one big present or 8 small presents for Hanukkah?
8 small presents.
Okay. 23. Would you rather have a melting snowman or a munched on gingerbread person?
A melting snowman.
Right. 24. Would you rather live at the North Pole or the South Pole?
South Pole. I like penguins.
Okay. And the last one that we have for our holiday edition of Would You Rather? Would you rather make toys all year long or play with toys all year long?
Make toys. I can get creative.
Okay. Well, that was all we had. I think you kind of went along the lines I expected you to on most of those. We're going to take a quick break. Come back. We'll get your clothing. We'll get your clothing thoughts. What do you like to wear for Christmas? We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts and any holiday message you want to send to the audience. We'll be right back. Go for your closing remarks.
Okay, so to everyone out there who does celebrate any holidays for the year, whether it be Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or any of the other winter holidays, just know that the holidays are a time to get together with your family and your friends, and even though it's kind of hard to do it at this time, try to be positive, look forward to the holidays, and enjoy the time that you can spend with the people who you care about.
Okay, I think that was an excellent message.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I didn't do this at the top of the show, so I kind of am obligated to do it now. We would invite everyone, if you don't already, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get our video podcast by subscribing to Insights into Things. That will get you all the network's podcasts. If you just want the audio podcast, you can look for Insights into Teens. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. We would also invite you to give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are available on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on youtube.com/insightsintothings and drop us a note there. We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime member, you do get a Twitch Prime subscription for free that we would greatly appreciate it if you send it our way. You can get audio versions of our podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things. Or you can get links to all of those things on our website at insightsintothings.com. Before we do go, before I throw it over to you, I do want to once again mention this is going to be our last podcast for 2020. We will be back in 2021 with our next podcast, and you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Very good. And I think that is it for us. We are done. Happy holidays to everybody, and stay safe out there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. Oh, I didn't fix our lower third there. Shoot. Hang on a second. Let me fix this. I did everything else. This is what happens when I come back from break here and I'm all discombobulated. I think you get all this stuff right, but no, I didn't. So quick fix on the fly. Everyone gets to see a blooper.
Congratulations, everyone.
So this is Insights into Teens, episode 93, Year in Review. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and motivated co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So besides my little mess up there, how are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty well.
Anything exciting going on today?
Not that I know of right now. Things are just gonna be kind of chill, I guess.
Okay, well, there's nothing wrong with chill.
Nope.
The podcast today is going to be kind of chill as well.
Nice.
We, at your request, we decided to do something a little more laid back. No hard-hitting topics today.
Yay.
So we're going to kind of take a look at, like the title says, Year in Review. We're going to look at how the holidays were. We'll do some, talk about some highlights of Hanukkah, Christmas, and New Year's. Then we'll talk about what we did over the holidays, some of the interesting activities that we did. And then we'll talk about getting back into the routine, some of the things that we've all struggled with. And then we'll have a little look ahead segment for the coming new year and see what's in store for us.
Alrighty.
So, before we get started, see, I'm rusty. I'm not, I've been out of practice for a while here.
Yep.
Before we get started, I do want to encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get our audio versions listed as Insights into Teens, or the video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and Amazon Music, and Pandora. We would also encourage folks to reach out to us and give us some feedback. Tell us what you'd like us to talk about. Tell us what you'd not like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insightsintothings. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings, or on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things. We can get links to all that stuff on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Now, are we ready to get into it?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about today was how were the holidays? So we celebrate Hanukkah.
Yep.
We celebrate Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of celebrate New Year's as much as you can.
Yeah.
So why don't you give us a recap of Hanukkah? How did it go? Did you get things that you thought were cool or fun? Did we do all the things that we normally do? Give us your your summary of Hanukkah.
So Hanukkah happened before Christmas and holiday break. So I would say that we did do the usual traditions of lighting the menorah, singing the song during the part where we light all 3 menorahs, and the whole switcheroo every night. And
The old menorah switcheroo.
yeah, that's when did we even start that?
We've been doing it for a while now. We just have different menorahs that we tend to use.
Yeah. And then, yes, the ending where we all give each other presents.
So, did you get anything you really liked?
Yes, I did. I got quite a few things as well. One of them was a double pack where one was a magic 8-ball, but it was the world's tiniest magic 8-ball. And I kind of used it just because, like, okay, so I want to see what the future's like. I ask a yes or no. You basically ask a yes or no question, shake it, and it gives you an answer.
Nice. Yeah, I got a number of really cool things for Hanukkah too, and it's hard. I'm the type of person, if I want something, I just go out and get it.
Yeah.
And my main interest is Star Wars, so I have a lot of Star Wars stuff.
If you couldn't tell from the decoration in the studio.
So Mommy always has a problem finding stuff, and she did a great job. And I think the one that I like the most, because I think I'm getting the most use out of, and I don't have it with me, I would have brought it up to show it off. She got me a Darth Vader holder for my Apple AirPod Pros.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing, because I always had something in there so I could keep it on my keychain, but this one is so thick that it's like bulletproof. I've dropped them probably 4 or 5 times now because they're all on my keys. But it's really cool, and I've gotten a couple of comments already on it about how cool it looks.
Yeah, Mommy actually had a pretty difficult time with me as well, because I am not as, I don't have a wish list of stuff I want for Christmas anymore. I just have vague ideas of what I want, but Mommy was able to satisfy all of them because I really had no expectations of what I was going to get. I just had things that I liked. So she kind of had a rough time, but I definitely think she made the most out of it.
Yeah, and total props to Mommy for taking care of all the Hanukkah stuff. I don't think I got any Hanukkah stuff for you this year. I'm just not very good at that sort of thing, and Mommy seems to excel at it.
Yeah, the funny thing was, the one Hanukkah present she got me, along with the Magic 8-Ball, was a SpongeBob magnet blind bag, and we had to go to Hot Topic because I was also doing shopping for you guys. And it was kind of funny because, like, she had found something for me, and I found something for her and you, and we ended up having to hide it from each other.
That's funny. Yeah, when you're shopping together like that, that's tough.
Yeah.
So that was Hanukkah. We did pretty good with Hanukkah. I think everything went off without a hitch. We didn't really play Dreidel, though, did we? Never
No,
really
we
got a
didn't.
chance to play Dreidel. So, but what else did we do for Hanukkah?
Let's see. What else did we do for Hanukkah?
What's the fried delicacy Mommy makes,
Oh, yeah. Potato pancakes, aka latkes.
which you don't like?
Yeah, but I got tater tots, so
Right.
it's kind of a similar thing.
So we did that. We did
Jelly donuts.
jelly donuts. What else did we do? Anything else that's of note?
Sour cream and applesauce. We have those.
We have that with the latkes. I'm more of a sour cream person than a applesauce. Applesauce is a
Yeah.
little sweet for me.
And I'm more of an applesauce person than a sour cream person.
Yeah. But Hanukkah was good. You know, it's one of those things where it's kind of nice to spread the holiday over 8 days.
Mm-hmm.
With Christmas, it's like this big giant build up, and then it's one night and it's over and done with.
Yeah.
But with Hanukkah, it's kind of nice. You spread it over. You get to enjoy a whole week's worth of festivities with it.
Mm-hmm.
So another good Hanukkah. So let's talk about Christmas. So what did we do? Our Christmas was kind of, I don't know, subdued, I guess, this year because of the pandemic. We didn't do a lot of the stuff that we normally do around Christmas time.
Yeah.
But let's talk about Christmas itself. What was Christmas morning like? How were your presents? How did all that stuff happen?
So, I know that a lot of people think, like, younger kids get up really early and, like, wake up their parents super early and are, like, dying to open the presents. I apparently was never like that.
No, you weren't. And I always thought that was kind of funny because I was like that. You know, I was the type of person, I hated going to bed Christmas Eve. And I got up killer early. Like I'd wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and drive my parents crazy. But you've never been like that. In fact, I was the first one up Christmas morning this year.
Yeah, like I was kind of awake, but I didn't want to get up. It was kind of like, I'm not an early bird person at all, which kind of, I guess, factors into the fact that I don't really wake up early on Christmas morning. So once I heard you, I'm like, okay, sure, I'll get up.
All right, so, let me ask you, you didn't get a lot of presents this year?
Nope.
I think Mommy got the most.
Mm-hmm. But she
by
deserves them.
A factor of 3. Yeah, she certainly does deserve them. And it was mostly small stuff.
Yeah.
So what was the highlight of the presents that you got this year? What was your favorite thing? What did you enjoy the most?
I can't really decide because, like, if you get a bunch of presents, like, there's that one big present that you remember, but I got 5 smaller presents, but they all mean a pretty big ton to me. Some of the more memorable ones were the one I got from Pepe. That giant art set that I'm, like, really enthusiastic because it has, like, oil pastels that I've, like, for some reason really been interested in ever since I started using them in art class. Along with a bunch of other stuff for painting, so I'm gonna have to try that out soon. Another one was the Pusheen bag, which was just like a gift bag of 3 little Pusheen themed presents because I am a fan of Pusheen, so Mommy knew that at least, and it came with this really amazing water bottle that I'm going to probably replace with my other water bottle with. And then 2 blind bags. One was both of them were like little little mini figures of Pusheen in different scenarios. One of them was themed on junk food and the other was just Pusheen.
Okay, you got your chemistry set too, right? You already cracked that open, didn't you?
Well, yeah, that was from Hanukkah, though.
Oh, that was Hanukkah. Okay.
Yeah.
What else did you get? You got the robot, right?
The one that I'm going to be playing with Pumpkin with because, like, you also got it partly for Pumpkin as well.
Right. So this robot's, like, fully articulated. You can control the arms and the head and it dances and stuff like that.
Yep.
So all in all, decent Christmas?
Yep, I'd say decent Christmas.
Good. So then the last holiday we really celebrated was New Year's. And we don't really do much for New Year's. We don't go out to parties or do parades. Not that they were doing parades this year. So we're kind of a stay-at-home type thing and watch everything on TV.
Yeah.
But what are some of the things that we do that kind of stand out to you for New Year's?
Well, one of them is dinner. For dinner, we typically have appetizers. Like, we have stuff that's normally microwaved, like little bite snacks. Like, we have mozzarella bites, shrimp, and then we have other different versions. We also have, like, regular mozzarella sticks and other stuff that doesn't come to mind because the other stuff is just a bunch of other things that we just find that are snacky.
Right. Yeah, we kind of do kind of multiple rounds of hors d'oeuvres throughout the night, kind of to get us through the night there. And we stay up and we watch the ball drop, right? Mm-hmm. Now, normally we watch the countdown on Disney's stream, which they didn't do this year. So this year we wound up, and we'll flip back and forth because we'll usually keep that up on a tablet or something like that because it's a web stream. Mm-hmm. And then we'll keep up the Dick Clark's New Year's Eve stuff on ABC. And this year it was all, Dick Clark this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of strange because normally people pack into Times Square and you didn't have a lot of people packed in there and they were all kind of corralled because of the pandemic. What were your thoughts on that? What was your takeaway on that?
I mean, for me, I really didn't notice it. It definitely was kind of weird to, not see, a huge crowd. But I was kind of used to it, and I was glad everyone was being safe as well. It was definitely kind of strange, but for some reason, it kind of felt normal as well.
So they were able to kind of keep that normal New Year's tradition alive as much as they could then.
Mm-hmm.
Any other highlights of New Year's you wanted to mention?
Sometimes when after it's midnight and it's New Year's Day, we would sometimes have, grape juice or
the sparkling cider.
And we'd, pour a drink for each of us and we'd, clink it together.
Make the clink sound.
Yes. And then say Happy New Year and drink.
Yep, we'd all have a toast of sparkling cider for the new year.
Yeah, I always thought it was
Which we didn't do this year because Mommy couldn't get sparkling cider.
Yeah.
So, all right, so what do you think? New Year's was okay, not okay, subpar? What do you think?
It was fine. It was a decent New Year. Probably one that many people are going to remember.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But...
I guess you make the most of it, right?
Yeah, what can you do?
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back, and then we'll talk about some of the specific things we did during the holiday season itself. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are doing a year in review, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we did over the holidays. So one of the big things that we do is we go and look at lights a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And normally we stick to one, maybe two places that we look at, one being a drive-through, the other being a walk-through. Well, things being the way they are this year, we kind of changed that up a little bit.
Yep.
So we went to 3 different drive-throughs.
Yep.
So the first one we went to was at the Bridgeport Racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
First year we've ever done that one. What are your thoughts on that one? And be perfectly honest.
Being completely honest, it was a little subpar. There was not many extreme lights, and a lot of them were very spaced out, so after you got to see one, it was like you just waited to see the other one, and although you got to appreciate the other, the lights since they were spaced out, since they really weren't the most eye-catching, it kind of got a little tiring after a while, and of course the scenery, was pretty dark, and I have to say the land wasn't the most smooth, so, but they did have a Happy Hanukkah sign, so.
Nice. So is that something that you think we would do next year, or is it something maybe, if they continue to do it, we'll take a couple of years off and let them build it up a little bit? What do you think?
Probably let them build it up a little bit. I definitely wasn't the most, impressed by it since I've seen other lights. So It was a decent one for this year, but probably one we won't be revisiting next year.
Okay. So the other one we had was Creamy Acres, and they've done it for a few years in a row now, but this was the first time that we've gone to it. What were your thoughts on Creamy Acres?
I have to be honest, that one was really much more impressive than the other one. They had a lot more lights, it lasted longer, and it had neat animations as well as music tunes. As the other one had music tuned as well, and I have to be honest, the music tune was the best of that one, and for this one, the music tune was a little bit off, but the visuals were very nice, and it was they had a bunch more clustered together, and I think the clustered look looks a bit better than the spaced out looks.
So Creamy Acres was a win over Bridgeport.
Yeah.
So the other one that we do, and this is one that we've done numerous times year after year, was Shady Brook Farms. And how would you rate Shady Brook Farms display?
Shady Brook Farms was probably the best out of all of them. We went to them in order, and we kind of built up our expectations. And honestly, Shady Brook is always a great highlight because they have a lot of amazing visuals, and I have to be honest, they have a lot. They're probably the biggest one, and I definitely favored it over all the others, although they definitely did put some big effort into it. And since we've gone to it year after year, I did actually see a bunch of new stuff that I hadn't seen before. There was a giant candy cane factory light show, and it was something we had never seen before, and that was really interesting.
Yeah, they do a great job there, and the fact that they're continuing to reinvest in it with new lights and maintaining the lights they have, and the fact that they have special traffic cops out there and everything kind of lend itself to the fact that it's really one of the largest ones in the area.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, their light animation was the best. There was this one really amazing water scene where the waves actually look like they're moving.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's really impressive.
Yeah, so they did a very good job there.
Mm-hmm.
So outside of doing the Christmas lights, we did a few other things. We were shut down. The podcast itself was shut down for several weeks while we did some extensive reworks on the studio.
Yep.
And you can probably see it from some of the angles and some of the shots that we have on the video here. We did a number of different things, some of which you had helped out with, which I appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing was probably we have a new processing computer in here. We were having some technical issues with the old one, so that one was pulled out. We have a brand new i9 Intel system in here now. It's running the entire podcast, which is nice. We rewired the entire place. We took our monitors, we put them up on swing arm monitor mounts to clear the desk space up a bit here. We changed up some of the configuration. If we take a look at this angle here, you can obviously see that we've moved the entire control board around a bit here.
Yep.
We have some more convenient wiring going on here. So hopefully we'll be able to present a much better podcast. We won't have nearly as many technical glitches as we were having for a while there, because they were getting pretty frustrating from certainly my engineering side of things to get things going.
Mm-hmm.
So you helped a lot with the wiring, right?
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about what I had you doing.
Well, at first you had me pulling all the plugs and helping you take out some of the larger computers that a lot of the stuff was plugged into. Basically removing all the stuff, having a fresh, clean start. And then I helped out with plugging some of the new stuff in, including the new wiring headphones.
Right, yeah. So that's the other thing that we have is we've got new studio headphones, which actually sound really nice. Not that the other ones were bad, but
yeah,
these ones are a little bit more on the professional side.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you did a very good job of helping me. Unfortunately, I with my back and some of the ailments that I have, I just can't crawl around on the floor like I used to wiring stuff up. So you were very helpful in getting all the wiring out, because we literally ripped everything out. All the equipment was ripped out. And then once I was ready for it, you were able to get back in there and wire everything back up. So everything under the desk, which used to be a real rat's nest, is now cleaned up now.
Yeah, much cleaner than before.
So hopefully we're presenting a better, more professional looking podcast at this point in time. If nothing else, at least I'm not going to, get tripped on the wiring anymore.
Yeah, and I don't feel the wire on my feet anymore. So.
Yeah. So we when we started podcasting, we kind of grew the studio organically, adding new equipment and options and stuff. And, we never really took the time to properly wire things up. So now I think we're in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
So we also we had some fun and games, right?
Yep.
So one of the things that we did, which we'll be doing another session tomorrow with your brother Sam, is Dungeons and Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
So this was, I had played Dungeons and Dragons a very long time ago in high school. That's how I got introduced to it. Your first experience with it was a few weeks ago over the holidays. What were your thoughts?
I really like it. Of course I didn't know the whole logistics of it at first, but after playing a few sessions, I started learning it. And I definitely think the story that Sam had created for the game is very intriguing, and I really like that it's a way to express storytelling in game form as well. We've come up with characters. I'm thinking of my character's backstory and their personality, stuff like that, because I really like storytelling, and, well, this is kind of another good game for it.
So we all created characters. What kind of character did you create?
I created a
tiefling.
A tiefling ranger.
Right.
Who I kind of expected to be like a more mysterious kind of character, because the tieflings, by their definition, are shown to be kind of social outcasts. So
right.
I had to kind of take that into consideration, as well as their class. Since they're a ranger, I wanted them to have a more foresty kind of part in their story, like if they probably lived in like an Ewok kind of village, that kind of thing.
Interesting visualization.
Yeah, I'm having a fun time coming up with that.
So you're a tiefling ranger. Mommy was an elvish wizard?
Yeah, she was an elf wizard.
She was an elf wizard, and I came up with a dragonborn paladin.
Mm-hmm.
So we learned how to play.
Mm-hmm.
Sam walked us through setting up the characters. We walked through a very basic scenario right off the bat. How do you feel about the rules so far and the mechanics of playing? You feel comfortable with it?
Yeah, the rules are starting to make more and more sense. We didn't have the correct die at first, but now we're getting a few more better supplies. So things are definitely looking a little more professional, I guess.
Right. We're professional D&D players now.
Yeah, sure.
Had a couple of funny mishaps there. Why don't you tell us about one of those?
Okay, so during the first time, once we were done creating all of our characters, we were able to play the short part of the session. So basically, the start of the story, we were all sent here by a friend with who sent us a letter. I'm guessing it was our dead friend, and we were supposed to go into the woods. And we ended up meeting up with some monsters who ended up attacking us. And when we had to try and attack back, Mommy, being a wizard, was going to use a fireball on one of the monsters. And since you were helping out, you were right next to her, and she ended up rolling a 1. And
a critical miss.
And it ended up hitting you.
Yeah, so I no longer stand anywhere near Mommy if I can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't too hurt by it since you are technically already have fire protection because you're a dragon.
Right.
But still.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. We had a lot of fun with that at Mommy's expense.
Yeah, we also had, in our last session, we had a final battle with some skeletons, which was a lot more difficult than it should have been.
Turns out it's really hard to hit skeletons.
Yes, and skeletons do a lot more damage. Mommy ended up dying multiple times, and you had to try healing
She didn't
her.
die. She
Well,
was
she
just
didn't die.
incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Sam was nice enough not to kill any of us off.
Yeah, you ended up having to try and heal her, and we both ended up having, like, very little, health points left. I ended up having 1, and you had, like, the greatest amount, because you weren't really attacking.
Because I was a coward just sitting in the back.
Yeah, you were basically using Mommy as a body shield.
Mommy was my meat shield there.
Yes.
So we had fun with that. We did some other stuff. Before the holiday, I was fortunate enough to actually score an Xbox Series S. I was going for an X or a PS5, but I had to settle on an S, and we resurrected a couple of games, one of which you had played before, the other one that you hadn't, that were Disney-themed. Why don't you tell us about those?
So the first one was called Disneyland Adventures, and it was basically like this cute little game that had like the map of Disneyland, and it had all the iconic characters in different areas, and basically what you did was you got quests from them. Some of them you basically just found objects and you had to bring it back to the characters. Others were a bit more complicated, to where you went into actual attractions, which I definitely have to say they came up with some really creative concepts. Like with the Haunted Mansion attraction, they have different levels in each of them that depending on what your task was, you have to complete it in a certain level. And for the Haunted Mansion one, the first level you ended up falling through where you normally enter, and it was basically you had to try and you basically fell through an endless hallway, and you had to avoid objects, move around, and match poses in order to get through it. The second part was then you went and had a flashlight, and you had to explore get out of the mansion because you were basically trapped in it. And you had a flashlight, and you had to try and get rid of the ghosts for points. You couldn't let them scare you, and you had to run through the house.
So what was the second game? This is one you hadn't played before.
Yeah, this is one I hadn't played before. It was a Pixar-themed game with a similar concept, but instead of Disneyland, it was a Pixar-themed land. And basically, it incorporated the movies of Up, Cars, Ratatouille, Toy Story, Finding Nemo and Dory, and Incredibles.
So how do you like that one?
I liked it as well. It had a similar game engine, and basically there were 3 different levels for each of the movies, and it was kind of cool because each of the kids are shown to be the fans of the specific franchise or movie, and it's kind of cool because they kind of recreated some of the characters that you play the scenes as the kids, because like when you go into the Cars one, there's a kid who kind of represents Mater and likes to play as Mater, he has a ruggish look to him, and you kind of like get why they like to play those certain characters, because they look and act like them.
Right. So all in all, what do you think? Good games?
Yeah, they're good games. I like them.
Nice. So one of the other things that we did, we actually got a couple of games for the holidays, Christmas or Hanukkah. And one of the games that Mommy got me for Hanukkah, called Teledoodle.
Mm-hmm.
And this was kind of an interesting, they bill it as an interesting illustrated version of the game Telephone. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how this game works?
So basically, you have multiple players. We had 3, and basically you each have to pick up a card, and each card has 1 through 6 numbered, and each of the numbers has a certain word. And after you all roll the die to find out which number you get, you have to draw that specific item. Like if I ended up rolling a 2, I'd look on my card, and for 2 it would be pepper. and I'd have to draw it under a minute, and everyone else would have to draw their objects. And then what we would do is that we would write down our word on one page, then draw that word on the other page, and then we pass it to the other player, and then they have to only look at the page where the drawing is and try and guess what the word is. So the way we play it, because the game kind of didn't really state it too well for us, is that person has to look at the first page, then they guess what that is on the second page, the page after the drawing, and then on the third page they have to draw what they think it is. And then finally you pass it to the last person, and then looking only at the third page, on the fourth page they have to guess what the word actually is.
So kind of fun game we had there. Some interesting interpretations I think we had on some of them.
My favorite one was when I had to draw a barrel, and I ended up making a barrel, didn't know if it was going to be obvious, so I put a pirate hat on it.
Right.
And you guys thought it was a bottle of poison.
Yeah.
Because the top had a skull.
Put the skull and crossbones on, yeah. So,
yeah.
Interesting exercise in how people's minds work visually.
Yep.
So the other game you got it for Christmas, right? Was it Christmas or Hanukkah?
Hanukkah.
It was Hanukkah again, and it was Jumanji.
Mm-hmm.
That was only 2 players, so I didn't get to play that one. So tell us how that one went.
That one was kind of interesting. Basically, what you have to do is you have, depending on what color you have a certain path that you go through, and you roll the die, and you have to go through a certain path. And there are different spaces that you can land on. One of the spaces is, the common space is the blank space, where you have to pull a danger card. And you have to use, I don't know what it was, a decoder, where there's an image and a number. And whatever the image is, there's another die where it has one of those images. And basically, if I said axe, what Mommy would have to do is I'd flip over the timer that they had, and she'd have to try and roll an axe or an hourglass, because that was a wild. And if she did it in time before the timer stopped, I got to move up as many spaces as the number on the card said. And if she didn't get it in time, I'd have to put it in the doomsday aisle, where basically if you get 10 cards for doomsday, then the game ends and you're both dead.
Wow, that's rough.
Yeah, so basically you both have to save each other from the danger cards by rolling the die. So that was what the blank space did. There was also another one with the rhino space, where basically you can put a rhino in front of your other player and they have to try and roll to get out of it to stop the rhino, and every time they failed to roll, they'd have to move back, and the rhino would always be one move in front of them, but we really didn't use that.
Okay. So, a lot of time over the holidays home together with the family here. We had a lot of different activities to do. I was off for a week and a half, which to me was agonizing because I knew I had so much stuff that was piling up at the office that needed to get done. You were off for 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks.
Well, a little under 2 weeks.
A little under 2 weeks. Mommy was off about the same amount of time I was. So we had a lot of time together. What do you think? You think you enjoyed the time, the family time?
Yeah, I liked it. We definitely had a lot of family bonding, and I really appreciated that, since normally during the week we really don't have that much time, especially since you leave the house and me and Mommy have school and work.
Yeah.
So.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed the time. I did too.
Yep.
So we're going to take our last break here. We're going to come back and we'll talk about some of the challenges of getting back into the routine. I think we all face those, and we'll take a look ahead and talk about what we think is on the horizon for us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to our year in review episode here. Let's talk a little bit about getting back into the routine. We just talked about before the break that we all kind of had an extended downtime away from work and school. And, invariably during that time, our sleep schedules get messed up, our eating habits get messed up, and we get all kind of out of our normal routines, and it's oftentimes a struggle to get back into it. So let's talk sleep routine. I was having all kinds of trouble sleeping because of the shoulder pain that I've been in. So my sleep schedule's kind of been off whack for quite some time now. How did it affect you? Were you staying up late? Were you sleeping in late? What was some of the stuff that was outside your routine that was happening during the break?
Well, I was staying up late and sleeping late. Which is definitely not my custom because I normally wake up at 6:30 and go to bed at 9.
Right. So how late were you sleeping until?
I was typically sleeping until like 8 or 9 even.
And how late were you going to bed?
11.
So you kind of really, what you did was you shifted your schedule an hour or two to the later side of things.
Yeah.
And we tried gradually to get you back into that schedule before school actually started. Were we successful with that?
I mean, yeah. I definitely had a pretty big struggle on Sunday night when I knew I had school in the morning tomorrow, but the good thing was it was more of a flex day and like a introductory back end, so it wasn't completely horrible.
Right.
But I definitely had trouble sleeping that night. I ended up having it wasn't just like that my schedule was messed up, it was just I was worrying a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, you tend to do that. You were concerned about assignments, you were concerned about grades, you were concerned about getting back into things. But one of the things that Mommy and I were kind of trying to instill upon you was the fact that, you're not the only person. It'd be different if you had gone on vacation for a week and all this happened, and then you came back and you had to jump right back in where things were because everyone was still in the thick of things. But what did you find? Did you find that everyone was sort of easing back in, or did you have to hit the ground running Monday morning?
The good thing was everyone was just easing back in, and it was really nice. This week was actually pretty easy, except for history, but before we left, I was actually kind of confused on that as well, so it didn't really come to a big shock, but I was able to get back into it.
Good. So it sounds like for the most part, the downtime didn't really throw off your schedule or your routine too much, and it sounds like by the end of the first full week back, you seem to be back in the swing of things, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
So any lingering effects of that or anything? Are you tired? Are you fatigued or anything?
I mean, I am. I have been feeling like tired sometimes, but it's not really for too long and not really a lasting effect to the point where like I'm like, oh, I need to take a nap or something.
Good. So we're pretty much back into the swing of things without too much of a problem. And I'm the same way with work too. You know, I struggled the first day or two at work, overwhelmed with stuff, and since then I've kind of caught up and everything's back to normal. So let's take a look ahead. One of the things that a lot of people do this time of year when the new year changes is they have New Year's resolutions. So do you have any New Year's resolutions?
I mean, kinda. Like, I have hopes. I wouldn't, say they're entirely resolutions because I know not a lot of people follow their resolutions. My, hopes, one of them is just to exercise a bit more. Because of school, I had that kind of exercise going on because of my fitness logs, because my teacher made it mandatory for us to exercise for at least 30 minutes a day. So I had a decent routine where I would basically dance for 20 minutes and then do something else for the extra 10. Because, I really liked doing Just Dance and dancing to the songs, so.
And we got the subscription now, so we have all the songs.
Yep.
Right. All right, so no major New Year's resolutions. I'm not a big fan of New Year's resolutions either. I think if anything, you should kind of always strive to live your life a certain way, and, having the calendar change to a new year shouldn't really affect that, is my opinion. So what things are you looking forward to in the coming year and the rest of this school year? Is there anything that you're interested in, excited about, looking forward to, anything like that?
Well, I am interested to see how band plays out. Since
that was funny how band plays out.
That was not planned, trust me. So, I am interested to see how we're going to be doing band because we are going to get more into spring songs. And he is kind of hoping that at some point we might even be able to do a social distance spring concert, possibly.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, and we're hoping to change up the meeting so that now we can see all of our faces and have a little bit more human interaction, because before we could only really see his face and our own.
Right. Good. Well, that's hopefully that works out. So one of the things that you had done before the break that we should be hearing about come February is you had applied to participate in the Deptford High School Academy program, and specifically you applied to the Academy of Engineering and Computer Sciences. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what that is and what you hope to get out of it?
Well, from what I know of the Academy, it's basically going to be something that we have for the 4 years of high school, and we're gradually going to, everyone starts out with the same class, and then as you get into the later grades, you get more and more options for what you want, and you get to spread out, and you get to learn more about engineering and computer sciences.
Very cool. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. And I'm definitely kind of looking, and I'm looking forward to that because it sounded really cool from the video that they showed us, and I have a knack for science, and I think it would definitely help my creativity as well as ingenuity.
Yeah, there's a lot of artwork that's involved there that I think you would enjoy, a lot of digital artwork that you can get into, and I think it'd be a great way of steering your interest towards what you want to do after high school, whether it's college or trade school or a profession or something like that. And they offer several different academies. This happens to be the one that was the most interesting to you. But it's definitely something worth looking forward to. Now let's flip the coin a little bit there, and let me ask you, is there anything that you might have concerns about or worries about? Is there a particular class that you're concerned about? Are there activities that are a concern to you, or a lack of activities with the current circumstances? Like, what are your thoughts moving forward for the rest of the year, and what's a concern on your radar?
Well, I am kind of interested to see how Pumpkin is going to continue to adjust. So far, she's
Pumpkin being our
cat.
New kitten.
Your new kitten. And so far, she's adapted pretty well. She's starting to finally warm up to us by means of letting us pet her and wanting to play more. And I've seen a significant impact with her relationship with the other cats.
Nice. And it is nice to see her starting to get more affectionate and develop that trust with everyone around her, which, only makes the fact that she stands and she lays down in front of you every chance she gets when you're walking even more adorable.
Yeah, and Dorothy has made a significant improvement over just hissing.
Indeed, she has. Dorothy did not take to her very well initially, and she's definitely getting better.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was all we had to talk about. Nice, easy day today. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the rest of the podcast business that we have. Go for your closing thoughts.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure everyone out there already knows, but 2020 was a crazy year, to say the least.
That's putting it mildly.
Yes, and 2021 is hopefully going to at least bring some peace to the crazy year that was 2020. I definitely think it's important to be mindful looking forward, but also hopeful. We need to have some good positive vibes going forward, because it would make the year at least a little better.
Amen to that. We definitely need a better year this year than we had last year.
Yeah.
Before we go, I do want to bug everyone again to subscribe to the podcast so you get all of our weekly podcasts. We should be back on schedule now, moving forward for the foreseeable future. We have a new year, although our season doesn't flip until next month. So I've had the date written down and I didn't bring it up with me. I think it's somewhere around February 8th or so. We'll mark our third season of podcasting, believe it or not.
Nice.
We'll be hitting that century mark of 100 episodes coming up soon. We got to have something or plan something special for that. But in the meantime, you can subscribe to the audio versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Teens, or the video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things, and you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Castro, Amazon, Pandora, pretty much anywhere you can find podcasts. We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We will be back on schedule streaming 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Audio versions of this podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at Insights Into Things, and links to all of these and all of our episodes and show notes, transcripts. What are we? We're hosts. You can get host profiles and everything on our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. And that is it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. You're all over the place.
I know.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 94, Current Events, Insurrection. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and astute co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty well.
That does not sound very encouraging at all. Is anything wrong?
Just kind of tired.
Oh, I see. Long week?
Kinda.
Yeah, we can have those from time to time. So this week we're going to be talking about something that is not teen specific, but I think affects all Americans and probably a lot of people around the world. And that's the events that happened last week, not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday before on January 6th in Washington, D.C. We had some protests, we had some riots, and we had what amounted to an insurrection against the government during a joint session of Congress when they were trying to certify the results of the recent presidential election. And a lot of stuff has happened. There's a lot of things that we don't know still. But it was kind of a scary moment. I watched it live on CNN from work on a news feed. And I think as a lot of people watched it, there was a lot of questions that came up, certainly from the adults at my company and the people that I've talked to since then. And I know a lot of kids, it's tough to avoid the media exposure. So a lot of kids have seen this too. And I think there's a lot of questions that kids might have as well. So today we're going to talk about, what happened, what the implications were, and kind of give some pointers to the parents out there about how to talk to your kids about this sort of thing and how to ease fears and anxieties and stuff like that might crop up as a result of this and stuff moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So before we do that, I do want to encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get our audio versions listed as Insights into Teens, and video versions of all of our podcasts are on one stream. If you look up Insights into Things, we're listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and Pandora. I would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. Let us know what you'd like us to talk about and what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can hit us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at insightsintothings. And if those all fail, you can always reach out to us through feedback and comments on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get into it?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Oh boy, that sounds good. Here we go. So before we get into the proverbial meat and potatoes of the discussion, I think it's important to talk about some terms that are going to surface a lot during this discussion. And the first being protest. So a protest is an expression or declaration of objection, disapproval, dissent, often in opposition to something a person is powerless to prevent or avoid. For instance, you could protest against taxes. So that's, peaceful protest, exercising your First Amendment right. Everyone in the country has the ability to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes those progress into something a little bit more that's called a riot. So a riot is a noisy, violent public disorder caused by a group or crowd of persons, as by a crowd protesting against another group, a government policy, etc. in the streets. And then if you take it even further than that, you'll have what we're going to discuss today, and that is an insurrection. An insurrection is an act or instance of rising in revolt, rebellion, or resistance against civil authority or an established government. So that's the terms that we're working with today. Did you have any questions, concerns, or anything else to add to those?
So, a protest is like just a peaceful way to go against something, like taxes.
Exactly.
A riot is when you start disturbing the peace, you start disturbing people who really have no part in it, and you start to get a little more violent.
Right.
And an insurrection is just on an even larger scale. So
an insurrection is when so a protest is when there's something that you disagree with that you want to have changed, and you go out and you march and you picket and you plead your case.
Mm-hmm.
A riot is when something like that becomes violent.
Mm.
And people get riled up. You have this mob mentality. People start breaking windows and people get hurt. An insurrection is when you take a riot or a group of people like that and you direct them to the purpose of interfering with or overthrowing a government operation. That's what an insurrection is. Insurrection is a purposeful act of defiance against the government of some sort.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's kind of the context in which we're going to operate on here. So the next thing I wanted to do, now that we have those terms down, is talk about what happened. So the way that the process of electing a president works, and we talked about this when we had our You Running for President podcast, we kind of talked about the basics. So the general election happens, the votes are counted, those votes then determine how many electoral votes each state casts for a candidate for president.
Mm-hmm.
The votes are certified at the state level. The state then elects their electors.
Okay.
Based on that certification. Then those electors go to Washington and cast their ballots. And then the Congress, Senate, and House of Representatives certify those results. And at that point in time, it's written in stone once they're certified.
Okay.
So on January 6th, that certification happens.
Okay.
And it's really a symbolic gesture. Because at that point in time, the results are already known. Everybody knows who won. The states have certified. You can't change the results at that point in time. Leading up to this point, there were disputes on the part of the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign thought that they won. They went to court. They had a dozen or more lawsuits that they brought. They demanded recounts. They got the recounts. The recounts didn't change the election. most of the lawsuits, with the exception of, I think, one in Pennsylvania, had all been thrown out of court because there wasn't sufficient evidence, because they were alleging voter fraud, they were alleging voter machine tampering, all kinds of things, and they failed to provide a body of proof that stood up in court.
Mm-hmm.
And they were well within their legal rights to make all these challenges and demand the recounts and all that stuff. So there wasn't anything unusual about that.
Mm-hmm.
But after all that, and after all the results came in and everything basically proved that Joe Biden had won the election, Donald Trump still disputed it.
Mm-hmm.
And he got his followers worked up about this. So January 6th, Wednesday, 2 weeks ago, was really the last step in this process. And there was, at this point in time, nothing that could be done to change the election.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things in this process of certification is the vice president, who serves as the president of Congress, symbolically signs off on this and certifies it.
Ah.
So one of the things that the president was trying to do was to get Vice President Pence to not certify it, which was not within his legal power to do so. And I don't know if President Trump didn't understand that, didn't want to understand that, wasn't advised correctly, but he was putting pressure on Vice President Pence to do something that he couldn't do because he was just there as a symbolic gesture.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that they could do is that you could have senators who disputed results of specific states.
Okay.
And there was a number of states that were in question: Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and so forth. So you had a number of senators basically come out publicly beforehand and say, all right, I'm going to protest this. And there's a process in place where if someone raises a protest to it, there's a discussion. They could discuss it up to 2 hours. And then a vote is cast. Well, because the majority of Republicans and Democrats have accepted the election, there was no way that a vote was going to overturn any of the states' elections.
Mm.
So it was a delay tactic. So the morning of January 6th, before that process of certification started, the president and his supporters held a rally outside the White House. We still don't know a lot about what happened in the interim, but it seems, the president was still refusing the results of the election, and he was still alleging all these false claims that the election was stolen, that he had clearly won the election in a landslide, which no evidence supported that he did. So what he did was he had a bunch of people speak. His personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, his kids spoke and stuff. And they all had suggestive language in their speeches.
Mm.
And I don't mean, foul language or anything like that, but the suggestive language was, one comment was something to the effect of, well, we'll take the fight to you, or we'll contest this in battle, or something like that. It was a lot of language that people now, after the fact, are saying incited violence, to the point that Donald Trump got these people all worked up, told them to go march on the Capitol, and even suggested, I'll be with you marching on the Capitol. So after this rally, all these people wound up going down to the Capitol, and there was a perimeter, a fairly flimsy security perimeter around it, that they breached. And they eventually wound up getting into the building, and they wound up damaging the building, and there was some threats of violence. There were some people who were violent. We had a total of 5 people wind up losing their lives. So a lot of stuff happened here. But what we saw in this process was a progression through those terms that we talked about. So it started out as a peaceful protest or demonstration. It moved into a riot as it started to get violent. And then it got to the point where when they penetrated inside the building, they were actively trying to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power of the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
And it got to the point where even senators and congressmen who were in there had to be evacuated for their safety. And a lot of this is attributed to what Donald Trump had said immediately prior to this.
Mm.
He had made some very inflammatory remarks about Mike Pence, insulting him and vilifying him to his crowd, and then sent that crowd down to the Capitol building where he was.
Wow.
And Mike Pence was in there because it was his job, and, you know, his family was in attendance there too. So his life was really being threatened at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
There were people that had pipe bombs there. There were people that had guns and weapons. There were people that had restraints, zip-tied restraints. And evidence has now come out suggesting that some participants had gone in there with the intent of capturing or killing members of Congress in an attempt to stop this peaceful transfer of power.
Really?
So that's what happened at that time. So knowing all that, and I didn't cite any sources here because a lot of the accounts that I have here came from multiple news sources: CNN, Fox News, USA Today. The information is readily available, so anyone can go out there and look it up if they want to look it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, based on all of that, what are your thoughts? What was the first thing that crossed your mind when you saw this happening?
Well, although I didn't entirely have any background, I remember that I was, I think in my room. I had been done with school for the day, and Mommy was in the studio, and she ended up coming in and telling me she was kind of disappointed with the country, and told me about what happened. And later on, when I learned more about it, I really got kind of scared and kind of sad because, like, this is really not what should be happening. It's really kind of dark, and I'll admit, I was kind of scared by it, and I really didn't want to pay too much attention from it since I was just horrified by it. I tried to not watch the news as much as I could, but I knew about it, and I knew about the danger everyone was in, and learning about, like, afterwards when they ended up getting, like, caught and they talked about why they were doing it, like, their reasoning wasn't justifiable in the slightest, and it made me kind of angry because these people exist, and it seems like they just want to basically burn down the government and start a new one on their own.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention it in that context because a lot of these people who consider themselves supporters of Donald Trump consider themselves patriots. You know, I love my country, I love my flag, I'm a patriot, blah, blah, blah. And then they go and try to overthrow the government, which is quite contrary to what you would expect a patriot to do.
Yeah.
So let's take a little break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about what the outcome of those events are at this point in time. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking insurrection today, which is kind of a strange topic for us.
Yep.
But strange times, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was an important enough topic that we kind of had to go over.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking, what was the outcome of the events of January 6th? And the immediate outcome was the attempt to stop the certification of the election results failed. So President-elect Joe Biden has been certified, and he will be inaugurated and sworn in on January 20th.
Alrighty.
And another immediate thing that has to be talked about was 5 people lost their lives during this. There were 4 protesters, one of which who was shot as they were trying to breach the actual ground, the building of the Capitol. 3 others died after the fact from medical complications, and 1 Capitol police officer passed away during all this. Now, the Capitol Police are the security force for the senators, the congressmen, and the grounds of the Capitol.
Okay.
They're a regular police force. They're armed, they're trained, they're investigative, and it's their job to maintain order and safety in the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
They're limited in their number, though. If anyone watched the videos of the insurrection at the Capitol, you'll know that they were easily overwhelmed by the number of protesters and rioters that showed up. So for these Capitol Police to stand their ground and try to evacuate our elected officials and keep them and their families safe, it's a heroic act.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you have a few hundred, maybe, police officers on site versus thousands of angry rioters who, after the fact, we learned had weapons and were violent, to the point that people were even throwing fire extinguishers at Capitol Police to hurt them. For these men to stand their ground and do their jobs and protect the people that were their responsibility was the definition of heroism, to put your own life on the line to protect others.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 1 member of the Capitol Police lost his life during that struggle. Another outcome is that many members of the president's own party have now broken away from him and are against him at this point in time.
Mm.
So you have some key Republican elected officials who aren't behind the president anymore. What are your thoughts on these couple of outcomes?
Well, I'm glad that the attempt to stop the certification did fail. I'm honestly really glad that it did fail. Because just the fact that it was all caused just to get the president-elect to be certified was kind of dark, and the fact that people believed the lies that Donald Trump had won the election, and they ended up resorting to violence since there was no other way. I mean, I'm just glad that they failed at this point.
Yeah.
Also, the 5 deaths, I definitely think that it shouldn't have resulted in any deaths, even if maybe some of the people who were rioting might have deserved it. I don't think anyone deserved to die, and it always kind of hurts when these kinds of things start out as peaceful protests end up ending people's lives.
Yeah, I agree. It is tragic.
Yeah.
So in addition to that, there were a number of other things that happened that will have longer lasting impacts, I think. Mm. A number of businesses that work with Donald Trump's organization have broken away from him. There was a PGA tour that uses one of his golf courses in Bedminster, New Jersey, and they've taken that away from him. Mm. organizations that provide political donations, campaign donations to both Donald Trump and the Republican Party have now pulled their support. So you're hitting them in the pocketbook where it's going to hurt them probably the most. There's also going to be a huge security presence at the inauguration on the 20th.
That makes sense.
Yes, very much so. Now, the inauguration itself is going to be much smaller and less festive, I think, than normal. And that's largely because of the pandemic, but I think because of that, it'll be a little bit easier to secure. So there's going to be a large contingent of National Guard who are already in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there was a statistic that came out, I saw yesterday, that said there's more U.S. troops in Washington, D.C. than there are in Afghanistan and Iraq right now.
Wow.
Which is a alarming sign of the times, I think.
Yeah.
That we've gotten to that point. Local police agencies are also going to be involved, as well as other government agencies like the FBI and Homeland Security and such. So there's going to be a large securing presence there to make sure that there isn't any violence. A lot of the people that have been identified from the protest, from the insurrection, have either been arraigned, arrested, charged. Many of them have been added to the no-fly list, so they won't be able to travel during the time of the inauguration.
Okay.
And a lot of people in President Trump's organization have resigned, some key cabinet members. So his government's kind of falling apart right now with his last few days in office.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that, the fact that we have to have that kind of security presence in Washington, D.C. for a new president?
Well, like you said, it is kind of sad because we've never really had to have so much security during these during inaugurations, yes. Yeah. It's really kind of sad because the fact that the violence just from him being certified, Joe Biden being certified, was honestly really dark, and imagine what would happen once he's sworn into office, which is kind of why there's so much security. And it is really sad that there's going to be more agents in Washington than there are in places where there's not much safety going on, and it's just kind of sad to think about it.
That is kind of, it's scary on one side, and it's kind of reassuring on the other that our government was strong enough to withstand this.
Yeah.
And, I think it took everyone by surprise. Mm-hmm. And, it's hard for me to blame Donald Trump for the insurrection itself, because I don't think he fully understood the effect that he had on his supporters. And I think what happened on January 6th was something that he never thought was going to happen, never even considered was going to happen. I think he figured people would go down there, they'd protest, they'd make a ruckus, and he would try to delay the inevitable. And I don't think he ever, certainly not intentionally, planned on causing an insurrection, but I think that speaks to his lack of understanding of his support base. Mm-hmm. A lot of the people that support him have proven to be violent. Over the past 4 years, they've proven to be disruptive. They just haven't done it on a scale like this, and this looks like it was a very organized attempt to disrupt government.
Yeah.
As a result, Donald Trump has become the first president to be impeached twice. So the House of Representatives did pass a vote, a bipartisan vote, meaning both parties, the Democrats and support from Republicans, voted to impeach Trump. And they haven't sent those charges up to the Senate yet. They will. There will be a hearing, an impeachment hearing, probably after Joe Biden is sworn in. So there's a very real possibility that Donald Trump could be the first president impeached for insurrection. And a lot of things can happen with that. There's nothing that's automatic, but he could lose his pension from the job. He could lose his Secret Service protection. He could be barred from running for office again. A lot of that stuff is still up in the air as far as what the penalties are if he's convicted. But the problem's not over yet, though, because there's still an ongoing threat of violence, not just in Washington, but around the country. The FBI released information saying that there are violent protests planned for the capitals of all 50 states. So even here in New Jersey, they're ramping up security in Trenton, our state capital, to deal with any mobs like this. Now, fortunately, we're pretty far away from the state capitals that surround us, so chances of us having to deal with that kind of violence or commotion is relatively low. But how does that make you feel knowing that this is still an ongoing thing, that it didn't just end on January 6th?
Well, it's definitely not good in the slightest, and in fact, it's kind of infuriating, the fact that people still want to mess up the election, and the fact that they still think that violence will solve everything. And it's just kind of hard to believe in some ways.
So Donald Trump has been probably the most prolific president on social media that we've ever had. Most of his administration has been administered through Twitter, which seemed to be his medium of choice. In the wake of all this, he's basically been banned from everything. I mean, to the point that he was banned from Pinterest, too, which...
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how you get banned from Pinterest, but... So he doesn't have this outlet. He had been using these outlets, Facebook and Twitter and other social media outlets, to pass on these carefully worded messages that would rile up his supporters, but largely keep him within the letter of the law. Like, free speech only gets you so far.
Yeah.
You can't, stand up in a crowded theater and scream fire if there isn't a fire, because you're going to get people hurt. And a lot of people use that analogy to kind of parallel with some of the things that Donald Trump has done on Twitter and other outlets. So they've taken that away from him, too. That's another consequence. Donald Trump's also begun to soften his language and curb his tendency to rile his people up. And I think a lot of that has to do with people around him trying to bring him in line. He's also stated he's not going to attend the swearing-in ceremony. So it's fairly traditional for the sitting president. On a inauguration day, typically what happens is the president-elect and the president will usually meet at the White House and have a brief meeting there. They might have breakfast, they might not. And then what they'll do is they'll get in the car together. They'll go off to the inauguration. They're both in attendance, obviously, at the inauguration. And then the president-elect returns to the White House, who's now the president, and the former president goes off and does his thing. And one of the traditions also is for the former president to leave a letter of passing on some words of wisdom. And it seems Donald Trump is going to avoid all of that. The last account that I saw said he's going to be flying on Air Force One in the morning down to Mar-a-Lago, where his residence is, because he did not want to ask Joe Biden to use the jet to head home, nor did he want to leave Washington as a former president. So as a result, he's not going to be there, and he'll be out of the picture. They've already started moving all of his staff out. There were some pictures in the news yesterday about that. What do you think about that? Do you think that kind of makes him a sore loser? Or do you think it's like, what's your mindset with that? What do you think his thoughts are?
I mean, the fact that he's breaking a lot of the old traditions that used to happen, and the fact that he's not going to try and make peace with Joe Biden is kind of immature of him. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's disappointing that we're kind of throwing away so many years of tradition because he doesn't want to accept the results.
Yeah.
So when he gets out of office on the 20th, because transfer of power happens at noon on January 20th, he'll still be facing his impeachment charges, which could have federal consequences to it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also facing another set of legal challenges with his income tax and some business practice issues and a bunch of other things at the state level. So there's a number of lawsuits that are swirling around Donald Trump when he gets out of office.
Mm.
There's been over 100 arrests so far from the rioters, which doesn't strike me as odd because these people were brazen enough to do these things with cameras rolling. I mean, some of these people waved to the cameras and posed for the cameras, and I have to wonder, I've struggled to put myself in the mindset of what one of these rioters was like. When you're doing something wrong, you're doing something illegal, and yet you're trying to show off on the camera as if it's a reality TV show.
Yeah. What
are your thoughts on that, and what would have riled these people up to go to the extreme that they did? Just your thoughts and opinions on that.
Well, I've been thinking about it, and it's kind of a message about how bad modern society is. They don't feel like they're doing anything wrong. They feel like you said before, they feel like they're patriots. They're with the country. They're doing something that people who want the country to succeed would do, yet it's the complete opposite. And the fact that they're like showing off in front of the cameras just makes them seem entirely immature, and the fact that they don't care if they're causing violence. They think it's fun. They're trying to show off. They're trying to make it seem cool. But it's not. And it's just like a bad metaphor for our society now. Like people think, when people do bad things, they think it's cool. They want to make other people think it's cool, when it's really not. When you think about it, especially when I try to put myself in their shoes, nothing anyone could do would ever make me if I was going to do something bad, I wasn't going to try and show off and say, oh hey, this is good. Maybe I'd say that to myself, even though I know I'd be lying, but I'd never have the goal, I would never have the ability to show off and make it seem as though, oh, it's just something that we're gonna do. It's not that bad. I just can't.
No, I agree, and I've had a difficult time wrapping my head around it, too. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about how parents can help their teens cope with stuff like this and how to talk to your teens about it.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fan. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back. This week we are talking about the insurrection on January 6th at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. Talking about what happened, what the aftermath was, and we're going to talk a little bit about how parents can help their teens cope with the insurrection and events sort of this nature. So the first thing that we talk about here is give your children the space to ask questions. You need to have an open dialogue. You need to create a safe space for your kids to discuss these things. And for the parents, that means being calm in the discussion. Don't be judgmental. And you have to approach the conversation with your listening hat on, so to speak. Kind of like we're doing here today. You know, everyone develops their own feelings when things like this happen. And a lot of times you just need that safe space to discuss those feelings.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about this deep down inside? What do you think this means? What do you think the implications are for you, for the country, and everyone moving forward?
Well, I definitely feel as though this day is not going to be forgotten anytime soon. It might even go down in history, who knows? Because, well, it's extremely major, and I definitely think that this transition of presidency is going to be probably one of the more infamous ones.
Yeah, and I agree. And having lived through some significant historical events myself, you know, I remember the Challenger blowing up on my birthday. You know, I remember 9/11. There are certain gravitas that's associated with significant historical events where they become footnotes in history, and the world sort of pivots around those, and it changes the world for everyone. And I think this particular event's going to be one of those moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing we talk about is limiting your media exposure. And that's really based on the age of your child. You know, there can be a lot of tension between shielding your child from real life exposure and too much exposure. A lot of parents have that conflict.
Mm-hmm.
But by limiting your media exposure and your social media exposure, you can avoid that flood of information that it depends on the source, how accurate and true that information is.
Mm-hmm.
And teens and kids don't always have the capacity or the time or the attention to sift through multiple pieces of information to find that truth. So by limiting that truth, the parents at least can present a unified front. And the other concern is that children tend to emulate what they see, and you really don't want kids seeing what these rioters did and thinking that it's okay to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, like how they make it seem.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before.
Exactly. So, talk together with your kids. Explain it to them the best you can. Try to be unbiased about it. Present the facts as they are, which is largely what we tried to do here today. And then, you know, the next obvious thing is to reassure them that they're safe. You know, for us, Washington, D.C. is a long ways away. You know, we're in New Jersey, so it's not too far, but it's far enough that riots aren't going to spill over into our streets here, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
But seeing things like this can be scary. You know, it's the thought of your government being taken down. You know, we see stuff like this on the news, but it's far away. It's in third world countries, in Latin America or Africa or something like that, where you have military coups and people are being dragged into the streets and violence and all that scary stuff. And when you see it happening on your own city streets and your own capital, it's kind of alarming, isn't it? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I definitely say, like, Although it's scary when it happens in other third world countries, at least it might not spill over towards you. But I can't imagine what would happen when the people on January 6th at Washington, D.C., near the Capitol, saw what was happening and were around and just saw the violence and just the horror of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So parents need to be transparent and honest. Don't sugarcoat what's going on here, but you don't necessarily have to go into the grueling detail. We talked about some stuff in here that was graphic to a certain extent about the deaths of the people that were involved. You might not need to go into that level of detail with your kids.
Mm-hmm.
And in some cases, it's better to say nothing than to try to be vague and leave your kids confused. But kids can tell when you're not being honest.
Yeah.
And times like this, you need to have that authority of honesty. You need to have that credibility that honesty presents. And the other thing is talk about bad actions, not bad people. People can do bad things, but it doesn't make them bad people.
Yeah.
Labeling people as bad or good can be confusing. Talking about the actions and behaviors can help to highlight what you do and don't condone without confusing your children.
Yeah.
So, we talked about protests. Protests are okay. It's a good thing. In fact, we encourage you to protest things that you think are wrong or need to be changed. But when those protests turn violent, they turn into riots, that's where you've crossed the line. That's where you have to back off and you have to not be associated with that.
Mm-hmm.
Highlight the helpers. We kind of did that when we talked about our Capitol Police here.
Yep.
There's typically a lot of helpers during times of crisis, and highlighting them can help instill a hope in your child. It also helps keep the balance that your child's not left with only negative memories of the situation. There are people there who stood up, who became heroes, who defended other people. The Republicans, there were 10 Republicans in Congress who voted for impeachment because they thought that the president crossed the line and went too far. It took a tremendous amount of courage for those 10 Republicans to stand up against who was really a popular president in their party and a very powerful president. It took real courage to stand up to them and vote to stop the madness, to impeach this president once and for all for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people that need to have credit, that need to get the support and the recognition for having the courage to stand up. Sometimes that's all it takes. In situations like this, everybody's shocked, everybody's scared, and having someone that has the courage to stand up and do the right thing can really alter and change the dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Who else do you think deserves credit in this case here and some praise?
Well, to anyone, I'm glad that the people who originally did support, some of these, the Republican Party, the people who did support the president, not knowing about the actions of what he said and what could lead to it, it's kind of nice to see those people finally realizing, okay, something has to be done, and stepping down and trying to go the other side.
Yeah. Somebody else I think deserves some credit here are some of the newscasters who were in the middle of this.
Yeah.
President Trump has spent 4 years vilifying the media in general and certain networks specifically like CNN. And you had some reporters who were on scene doing their job, trying to report, and they were the target of violence. And the courage that they had to stand there and stand their ground and do their job, I think is definitely worth mentioning.
Yeah, I definitely have to say when I was watching the news and saw, the news people at the scene and just seeing the violence behind them, I mean, they had a lot of courage, like still being able to go on beyond script and still remaining calm.
Yeah, absolutely. So you also want to keep your own feelings in check as a parent when you're talking to your kids about these sorts of things. I know I tend to get very riled up with these sorts of things. When I sat there and watched what was happening, I was outraged. I was angry. I was annoyed. I had all kinds of feelings as I watched everything unfurl. But it's one of those things where when you sit down with your kids to have this kind of discussion, you can't let those feelings dictate the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You have to let you have to sort of put those feelings aside for a little bit and convey the information and give your children a chance to express their feelings and to name their feelings. That's another important thing. You know, situations like this are a chance to teach kids emotional literacy where they can't necessarily express their feelings or describe their feelings in general. This is a time to help those kids define what those feelings are and give definition to what some of those feelings are. Like outrage, you know, most kids don't feel outrage. You know, these are mature emotions that surface later in life, that when you see something like this and you see somebody out there trying to destroy your government, you may have feelings that you don't quite understand or know what they mean. And this is a good opportunity to give the kids a chance to learn about those feelings. What were your feelings when you saw this happening?
Well, at first I was kind of shocked and didn't entirely believe Mommy at first because, like, I didn't think it was actually going to happen. And then when I started seeing it, I started feeling sad, upset, angry, all at the same time. And since I was getting so many negative emotions, I just wanted to turn it off and just, you know, distract myself with something else or do something else. That way I didn't have to think about it too much.
Yeah. And that's a coping mechanism. And the last thing that we talk about here is to teach healthy coping mechanisms. You know, teach kids how to navigate some of these big feelings. You know, whether it's breathing exercises or doing some exercise or music to distract you from it. You know, a lot of the stuff that we talk about on this podcast really are coping mechanisms for different triggers.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the things that we've talked about, some of the meditation stuff we've talked about, just talking about it, getting it out in the open, asking questions, getting those feelings exposed and talking about them is a very good coping mechanism. And you do that through some of the normal family rituals that you do, having your dinners together. You know, family dinner in the evening is a great time to talk about these types of things, and sharing these feelings and working through them is an important thing. Have you felt that you've been getting those outlets, that you've had a chance to try to cope with these feelings yourself?
Yeah, I definitely think that the fact that I'm able to talk with you guys very openly with our feelings is something that I'm that has definitely helped me a lot. Although distractions do kind of help, at some point you gotta have those feelings come out. You can't just boil them up or keep them bottled up or ignore them entirely. They're gonna pop up at some point, and I definitely think that having the outlet to talk with you guys about it has definitely given me a much calmer approach to it.
I agree. I think that was really all we had today. I really just wanted to kind of talk about what happened and what the outcomes were, and make sure that we're on the same page here about how we're going to deal with it and where we think we're going to go moving forward. There's still a lot that's going to come out from these events. There's still a lot to happen with the inauguration and everything, and hopefully we stay away from the violent side of things. But I think we've kind of crossed a threshold, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with the change of administrations here, I think we're going to see a little bit more normalcy return at least to our country, but hopefully to the world in general. The last 4 years under Trump have been different, chaotic, unpredictable. And I think that's largely what he wanted. You know, he wanted to come into the presidency and sort of shake things up and stir up the status quo and show that, you know, the politicians that you keep electing into office aren't out for your best interest. And I think he largely accomplished a lot of the attitude of what he wanted to. I don't know if the practical side of things really came out the way he wanted. But he's going to be leaving office probably as the most disgraced president in the history of this country. Twice impeached, lawsuits pending as he leaves office. He may wind up going to jail at some point in time. I don't know. It's not the kind of legacy I would have wanted if I was a president.
Definitely not.
So that was all we had. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the podcast business.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing remarks.
Yeah, kind of difficult today. I guess I'll just say that any parents going through this with their kids, please do use the tactics we offered, and try to make sure your kids understand that this is bad, but don't, shove it down their throats.
Okay. I think sound, sage advice that we normally get from you in these closing remarks. Before we go, I will take a moment to annoy our listeners and our viewers once again. To subscribe to the podcast, you can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, etc., etc. Audio versions of the podcast are available as Insights into Teens. Video versions are available as Insights into Things. We will also encourage you to reach out to us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime. I think it's Prime Gaming or whatever it's called now. You get a free subscription monthly. If you threw that our way, we would greatly appreciate it. Audio versions of the podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, on Instagram at insightsintothings, and on our website you can get links to all these and more at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Very good. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 65, Sleep Anxiety. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my energetic and well-rested co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
So this is our second take. We fired it up to begin with, and I kind of messed up, and we were getting double, triple, and quadruple sounds coming out. So my apologies for the false start, but we, I think, are good to go right now. So tell us a little bit about, well, before we get into that, I got to plug the show because I didn't do that last week correctly. So before we get into that, and before I jump ahead here, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast at Insights into Teens. Video versions of all of our shows are available at Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and Pandora. We also ask you to reach out to us. Give us your feedback at comments at insightsintothings.com via email. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can hit us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can give us feedback right through our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Okay, that's all done. So, sleep anxiety. This was kind of one that was inspired by you. So before we get into all the technical details and the research and stuff like that, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience with sleep anxiety?
Well, I definitely know that, especially at the start, around like when I was 12 is when I think I first started fully experiencing sleep anxiety. And I've definitely gotten better, but actually due to the long break, my sleep anxiety ended up kind of coming back. I started stressing more, I couldn't sleep very well, and trying to fall asleep just wasn't helping.
Right. So what we're describing as sleep anxiety is not a clinical description. I don't even know if sleep anxiety has a clinical definition. But just for the purpose of this discussion, the sleep anxiety we're talking about is the inability to sleep and the stress from not being able to fall asleep, which can lead to further inability to fall asleep. And we'll talk about some of the things that cause the inability to sleep. We'll also talk about understanding kind of how sleep works, which I think is important because if you don't really know how sleep works, it's hard to know whether or not sleep anxiety is having an effect on you. So the first thing we'll do is we're going to talk about how sleep works. And then we'll talk about why do teens have trouble sleeping, and this is some of the causes that you've run into. Then we will talk about what are the benefits of deep sleep, which is we'll define that in our first segment. And then we'll talk about how to increase deep sleep, what method you can have that you can use to try to improve that. But the first thing I think we're going to talk about is get an understanding of how sleep works. So let's get right into it.
Alrighty.
So this research comes to us from a source that we use quite frequently, kidshealth.org, and they talk about the stages of sleep. So there are multiple stages that our brains go through when we sleep. There's 5 stages typically that we go through. And, you have stage 1 through 4, and then the final stage is REM. Have you ever heard of REM sleep?
Not really, no.
Okay. So that's really your deep sleep that you're going to get into here.
Mm.
So a sleep cycle takes you through all 5 of these sleep phases or sleep stages.
Okay.
And a sleep cycle during the night typically lasts between 90 and 100 minutes, which I think a lot of people would think that's kind of unusual because, I sleep for 6, 7, 8 hours. But your body goes through this cycle as you progress through the phases, reach that final phase, you're there for a period, and then your body pulls itself back to the lower phases.
Mm.
So during an average night's sleep, you'll experience 4 or 5 cycles of sleep, which is pretty typical during a 6-hour, 7-hour sleep cycle. Stages 1 and 2 are periods of light sleep from which a person can wake up easily.
Okay.
So during these stages, eye movements slow down and eventually stop, the heart and breathing rates slow down, and the body temperature tends to decrease. Now, understanding what that sort of phase is, do you think you can feel when you're in stage 1 or 2 sleep? It's kind of like a nap. How do you have a recollection of when your body goes through that kind of sleep?
I mean, sometimes, I think. I don't nap on a regular basis. But when I do start the lighter stages, I know I'm sleeping somewhat, and I'm kind of conscious of it.
Yeah, for me, it's usually if I'm, sitting on the couch and it's 9 o'clock at night and it's getting close to my time to go to bed, and I'll doze off, and then I'll be watching TV, and, there'll be a flash of light or a sound or something from the TV, and I'll wake up, and I'm immediately alert at that point in time. That's what these stage 1 and stage 2s are, is that you can wake right up from it, and you're right back in the saddle. You're not feeling groggy or anything. So your stage 3 and 4 are the deep sleep stages. These are where your body starts to regenerate. This is a type of sleep we crave when we're very tired. It's also the sleep stages where the body releases hormones that contribute to growth and development. So it's very important that teens reach these sleep stages as they're growing, because this is how your body tends to grow. It's also how your body recuperates usually from a stressful or a rough day. And it's also where your body can start to heal itself better if you're injured. So that's why, when you're sick, you get sleep. You get sleep because when you're in these stages, your body goes into this self-repair where it's growing, it's fixing and recuperating and re-energizing.
Mm-hmm.
So these 2 stages of sleep tend to be very important.
Okay.
Now, the problem that you run into is that during sleep anxiety, you may doze off because your body just naturally falls asleep. But because of that anxiety, your body doesn't let your brain go into that deeper sleep, and you're more easily woken up too. Now, when you're going through your sleep anxiety issues, do you feel that it's hard for you to stay asleep or to go back to sleep when you wake up?
I mean, yeah, when I do wake up, say I'd slept, I'd gone to bed I'd fallen asleep at some point, and I wake up at 3:30. Trying to fall back asleep before my alarm goes off is honestly really difficult, and sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
Yeah, and that's usually a result of the anxiety that you have because you've come out of that lower level of sleep, the higher level of sleep, rather. When you come out of that lower level of sleep, you tend to be groggy and prone to you'll wake up, you'll look at the alarm clock and you'll see, it was time to get up. But if you lay your head back down, you're probably going to fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the state of mind you're in when you're in those level 3 and 4 stages. And the final stage itself is REM. REM actually stands for rapid eye movement.
Oh.
So like you can see this in the cats. So the cats themselves go through this stage too. And when the cats are in a deep sleep, you'll see their eyes move, or you'll see their tails move, or they'll sort of twitch or make noises in their sleep because they're dreaming. The REM sleep is where you tend to have your most vivid dreams.
Ah.
Other physical changes take place during REM sleep. Your breathing tends to be rapid, your heart rate beats faster, and the limb muscles don't move. And this is an interesting phenomenon that we've run into, is that because your dreams tend to be so vivid in REM, they're very realistic, and your body naturally moves to stimuli like that. So when you go into REM sleep, your brain paralyzes your body kind of, so it can't move.
Mm.
And that's to protect yourself, because if, for instance, you feel like you're falling or you're running in your sleep, you're going to lash out and you might hurt yourself. So your brain sort of shuts down that motor part of your body so you can play out those scenarios in your head while you're dreaming, but you're not playing them out physically with your body.
Ah.
People that sleepwalk tend to be in a REM state, but that part of their brain doesn't shut down their body, and they can get up and move around. It's very, very interesting, and it can be very dangerous if you try to wake somebody suddenly from that stage too. So you have to be very careful. So REM sleep is really where we do most of our dreaming, but you don't need to get to a REM state to get that recuperative sleep. You really need to get to that stage 4 and stage 5. And your body naturally gets to that stage as long as you're not going through the anxiety that we referred to. So, pretty good idea of how sleep works at this point?
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about why do teens have trouble sleeping. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This week we are talking sleep anxiety. So why do teens have trouble sleeping? Now, we've done a sleep podcast in the past where we've talked about sleep deprivation.
Yep.
Do you remember when we talked about that, what research tells us how many hours of sleep teens need? It's okay. You can look at the notes and cheat.
Kidshealth.org.
Right. And so how many hours do teens need typically?
At least 8.5.
Right. So you don't have to be a math whiz to figure out that if you wake up for school at, say, 6, you have to go to bed at 9 in order to reach that 9-hour mark.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do that?
Well, I technically wake up at 6:30, but I go to bed at 9.
So then you do fit into that realm. But do you fall asleep when you go to bed?
No, I do not.
Right. So you're up for a little bit there. So you're probably running into a situation where that sleep anxiety is keeping you awake for a while when you go upstairs to go to bed. And, you're not getting that 8.5 hours of sleep. So you're a little sleep deprived like we had discussed before.
Mm-hmm.
And that tends to build up over time. Studies have found that many teens have trouble falling asleep that early. Go figure. You would be among that study, right?
Yeah.
So what do you typically do to try to fall asleep when you go to bed? Do you read, watch TV, listen to music?
Well, typically I try to have some background noise and, just keeping my attention off of, thinking on my own is normally good. And typically having background noise or something on the TV kind of helps because, I can focus my attention on that and not focus on the fact that, I'm trying to fall asleep.
So your inability to fall asleep isn't a lack of desire to want to fall asleep. It's that your brain is just very active at that stage in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because most teens' brains tend to work on later schedules. And you're not ready for bed at 9 o'clock, even though that's what time you'd need to go to bed to get the amount of sleep that you need. So it's kind of contradictory as far as your sleep schedule goes. During adolescence, the body's circadian rhythm. Now, do you know what a circadian rhythm is?
No.
So a circadian rhythm is sort of like your internal body clock.
Ah.
It controls all the functions that your body does on a regular basis. It controls your sleep. It controls your ability to heal. It controls your ability to manage your time to a certain extent. It's your perception of time in many cases. So anything that has to do with a timing related to biological stuff, that's part of your circadian rhythm.
Ah.
So the body circadian rhythm resets in adolescence. So you adjust to it in your earlier years. Then it resets and it shifts the time a little bit there. So it's telling the teen to fall asleep later at night and to wake up later in the morning.
Mm.
And the demand that your body has for getting this rest conflicts with it.
Mm.
So that's a natural thing. All teens experience that. It isn't something that's unique to you or any other individual. So the change in circadian rhythm happens because teens' brains produce the hormone melatonin late at night. And it's later in kids and adults. So melatonin, I actually take melatonin supplements to help me sleep. That's a natural chemical that the body produces that helps to promote calmness and eventually drowsiness in the body.
Mm.
And this works with other hormones like serotonin that help to regulate the person's sleep and wake cycle. So that's a lot of what you run into with sleep is it's very chemical based. And because teens are going through so many rapid changes as they grow, their body produces the chemicals at different rates than others.
Ah.
So I'm sure you probably have friends that don't have sleep problems at this point in time, even though you might be having sleep problems.
Yeah.
And that's just because they're developing at a different stage or different rate than you are.
Mm-hmm.
But that's natural. Not everyone is the same. Everyone is very unique when it comes to that sort of thing.
Mm.
So as a result of all this, teens have a harder time falling asleep, as you've experienced. So sometimes this can be so severe that it affects your daily activities.
Oh.
So if you're not getting enough sleep, you may be falling asleep in class, or you might not be able to concentrate as well because your body needs that sleep and you're not getting it, and it builds up over time.
Mm.
Cases like this are often called delayed sleep phase syndrome or night owl syndrome.
Mm.
So that very well could be something that you're experiencing that's manifesting itself with sleep anxiety.
Mm.
But these aren't the only reasons that teens lose sleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of teens do have insomnia. Insomnia is just a natural ability to fall asleep or to stay asleep. I don't think you have that problem because typically people with insomnia literally are up all night long and can't go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
There were periods of time that I had suffered through it back when I was working at a different job a long time ago. And the work schedule that I had induced insomnia on me because I had to work overnights, a couple of nights a week, and then I was on a regular schedule, and it really played around with my body clock too much. So emotional troubles could cause issues as well. So insomnia itself can lead to physical discomfort. It can lead to emotional issues, but you're not experiencing a lot of these. So some of the physical issues that you can run into are stuffy nose or cold or pain or headaches, none of which you seem to be going through. So I don't think insomnia really is the issue.
Yeah.
One of the other things is exposing yourself to excessive light, like using mobile devices or watching TV. So one of the things that they do try to tell you to do is to reduce the amount of blue light that you consume visually before you go to sleep.
Okay.
So you'll see a lot of TVs now have a night mode, or your phone has a night mode. And when the night mode kicks in, it cuts down on the amount of blue on the display itself, and you tend to get more of an amber, sepia type glow. Because the blue actually triggers certain activities in the brain that keep you awake. Which a lot of people don't realize, that the color of light and the temperature, they tend to refer to it as a temperature. So stuff that's more in that blue spectrum is a cool light. Stuff that's more in the red spectrum is a warm light. So the warmer the light you have when you go to sleep, the better off you can actually fall asleep and stay asleep. Which one of the things that we do here is we tend to set the hallway light to blue, which is probably the single worst color that we could do for helping people actually go to sleep and stay asleep. Really, we should be setting that to like a yellow or a red or something like that. Which also helps with your night vision too, by the way. So it's common for people to have insomnia from time to time. But if it lasts for a month or longer, you probably need to see a doctor to get some help for that. Chronic insomnia can be caused by a number of different things, like a medical condition, mental health issues, medication side effects, substance abuse. So if you have chronic insomnia, there's probably a medical issue that needs to be attended to. So wearing a bed insomnia can make it even worse, which is kind of, a self-fulfilling prophecy to a certain extent, I guess. But there are other common sleep problems that you might run into, and I want to run these past you and see if you experience these.
Okay.
So occasionally, people run into what's called PLMD or RLS. PLMD is periodic limb movement disorder, or also referred to as restless leg syndrome. So this is something where you have discomfort in your lower extremities, your feet, your ankles, your calves, and so forth. And it can feel like a burning or a tickling or spikes, like pins and needles type thing, and it makes it very difficult for you to fall asleep. Do you experience anything like this when you try to fall asleep, that it keeps you awake?
I mean, sometimes, I'll have parts of my body that kind of itch and I need to move a little, and I definitely can't really stay in one place for very long, and sometimes, I need to switch my legs if they get too uncomfortable, and of course, if I keep one of my legs on top of one of my legs on top of the other, my leg will start falling asleep, and it'll feel like pins and needles.
Yeah, and this is something that I run into. And for me, it's most likely a circulation issue because of my diabetes. This is why I had that leg vibrator thing where you put your feet on it and vibrates. That actually helps to promote the circulation in your lower legs. And I would do that before I went to bed, and it would really help with that issue. So I have to get another one of those. But that's something that can certainly keep you awake. Another one that's common, which I probably also suffer from, is called obstructive sleep apnea. A person with obstructive sleep apnea temporarily stops breathing during sleep because the airway becomes narrowed or blocked. One common cause of obstructive sleep apnea is enlarged tonsils or adenoids, the tissues that are located in the passage that connects the throat and the nose. Being overweight or obese, which clearly I am, can cause the problem as well. People with this sleep disorder may snore, which I don't snore, do I? I'm a pretty bad snorer, I know.
Yeah.
They may have difficulty breathing and even sweat heavily during sleep. Because it disrupts sleep, a person may feel extremely sleepy or irritable during the day. Well, I'm irritable all the time, so. People who show signs of obstructive sleep apnea, such as loud snoring or excessive daytime sleepiness, should talk to their doctor. So do you think this might be something that you run into? Do you find that you wake up gasping for breath or wake up and you're sweating or anything like that? And do you snore?
Well, I'm not entirely sure if I snore or not. Do you know if I snore?
I don't think you snore.
Yeah, I know I don't snore. I don't always wake up, like, gasping for air when I mean, typically that would happen if I had a nightmare, because I'd just be scared. And normally I'm not sweaty unless, like, I had my room was really warm.
Yeah, so I don't think you suffer from sleep apnea or obstructive sleep apnea.
Mm-hmm.
The next one that they talk about is reflux. The gastroesophageal reflux disease, or GERD. Stomach acid moves backwards up the esophagus, producing the uncomfortable burning sensation known as heartburn. GERD symptoms can be worse when someone's lying down. Even if a person doesn't notice the feelings of heartburn during sleep, the discomfort it causes can still interfere with the sleep cycle. So, if you've ever vomited a little bit, which, I don't want to get disgusting or anything, what happens is you have reflux. You have acids that come up from the stomach and it burns your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, GERD is there's a little door, we'll call it, that stops that from coming up. People that suffer from GERD it doesn't seal properly. So when your stomach is upset, or if you're laying down and you're at a certain angle, that acid can flow back up the esophagus and cause discomfort and cause you to choke and gasp for air and so forth. That one I know you don't suffer from at this point, so it's worth mentioning, but not something that I think we need to deal with. Nightmares. I think we all have nightmares at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So most teens have nightmares once in a while, but frequent nightmares can disrupt sleep patterns by waking someone during the night. The most common triggers for more frequent nightmares are emotional, such as stress or anxiety. Other things that can trigger them include certain medicines and consuming drugs or alcohol. Sleep deprivation also can lead to nightmares, which is really ironic because the less sleep you get, the more your brain can trigger nightmares that forces you to get even less sleep. So, do you suffer from nightmares occasionally?
Well, I always have like one or two nightmares, but it's definitely not on a regular basis to the point where like every night I like wake up in a cold sweat, like just scared. I don't remember, the last nightmare I had was a pretty long time ago, so I really don't have nightmares or dreams for that matter, so, I really don't have this problem.
Good. Well, that's good, because nightmares are something that can really cause problems because they, in and of themselves, can cause anxiety.
Yeah, I have to be honest. Although some of my nightmares were weird, a lot of them were really terrifying.
Well, that's why they're nightmares and not dreams, right?
Yeah.
So the next thing they talk about is narcolepsy. People with narcolepsy are often very sleepy during the day and have sleep attacks, quote unquote, that may make them suddenly fall asleep, lose muscle control, or see vivid dreamlike images while dozing off or waking up. Someone's nighttime sleep may be disrupted with frequent awakenings throughout the night. Again, this is something that you don't suffer from, but narcolepsy is a legitimate medical issue, and if you do feel that you're suffering from it, that's something where you probably need to see a medical professional. And the last one they talk about is sleepwalking. And we kind of briefly talked about this. It's rare for teens to walk in their sleep. Most sleepwalkers are kids. Sleepwalking, which may run in families, tends to happen more often when a person is sick, has a fever, or is not getting enough sleep, or is feeling stress. So again, it's something that can prevent you from sleeping and compound the lack of sleep issues. So it can be caused by a lack of sleep, and it causes a lack of sleep. But it's also something that can be stress-induced. So again, a lot of what we talk about on this podcast is how to cope with stress. Everyone goes through stress. Everyone handles it differently. Everyone has different stresses. So learning how to deal with stress makes your life much easier. So a lot of the sleep issues that people run into are stress-related. So before we break, since that was the last thing that we had for this segment, I wanted to ask you, do you think there are stresses that are factoring into your sleep anxiety? And if so, what are those stresses?
Well, I do feel as though some stresses do kind of contribute to me not being able to sleep. Typically, like, before test or quizzes stress. I seem to have that problem where, like, I stress over tests and quizzes, like, the night of, even though most of the time I know what I'm doing. And a lot of times my body basically, like, tells me the worst is gonna happen, as opposed to thinking about the worst and planning for if the worst happens. So, I have that kind of anxiety just about, like, okay, here's what's gonna happen tomorrow, it's gonna be bad. And, like, that's kind of what keeps me awake sometimes, thinking about, like, all, like, bad stuff that could happen during the day.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what some of the benefits of deep sleep are.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We're talking about what the benefits of deep sleep are. So when you get into those stage 3, stage 4 phases of sleep, glucose metabolism in the brain increases during those stages. And these support short-term and long-term memory and overall learning. Deep sleep is also where the pituitary gland secretes important hormones like human growth hormone, leading to the growth and development of the human body, which is obviously very important for teens. So why don't you give us run down the list of other benefits that deep sleep has for us?
Okay, so some of the other benefits are energy restoration, cell regeneration, increasing blood supply to muscles, promoting growth and repair of tissues and bones, strengthening the immune system.
Right. So these are all things that teens need. We all need energy restoration. That's what gives us that rested and ready to go feeling in the morning. Cell regeneration is what allows us to repair damage to the body if we have injuries, sickness, and so forth. Increasing blood supply to the muscles. As teens grow, they build muscles naturally. So increased blood supply to the muscles helps there, as well as promoting growth and repairing the tissues. Muscles grow by actually tearing muscle fibers and then having them grow back stronger. So a lot of that repair happens when you're sleeping. And it strengthens the immune system. Just the glucose properties, the glucose metabolism helps with promoting a stronger immune system as well. So all of these things are really what you need in teens by getting that deep sleep. And the less of that you get, the less of the deep sleep you get, the fewer the benefits. So even though you may sleep, if you're not getting to that stage 3 and stage 4 sleep, the sleep is not as beneficial as it should be. Like, for instance, the one thing that I tend to run into is I've got pain issues that I deal with. So when I sleep, I may only sleep for maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I'll doze off, I'll nap, I'll wake up. Then I'll reposition, I'll doze off, I'll nap, I'll wake up. But the pain keeps waking me up. So as a result, I infrequently, I should say, reach these deep sleep stages where it would really help energize me and repair the body. Do you find when you have anxiety sleeping that when you wake up, you're not rested, that you didn't feel like you got a good night's sleep?
I mean, sometimes, probably during school nights when I do end up waking up earlier than my alarm, sometimes I do feel as though I didn't get the full rest that I needed, and during the day, especially in the morning, I'm really tired.
Yeah. So if you're feeling that fatigue during the day, you probably didn't experience a lot of these beneficial effects the night before either. So it's important that we get that deep sleep.
Yeah.
If you sleep 8 hours but toss and turn all night, you may not get enough deep sleep. It's impossible to force your brain to go into deep sleep, but there are a number of strategies that have shown some promise in terms of increasing your percentage of deep sleep. So I want to run these down here and see what your thoughts are on these.
Alrighty.
So the first one they talk about is to put yourself on a bedtime schedule where you go to sleep and wake up at the same time each day. Is that something that you do, and do you find that works for you, or do you deviate from that schedule maybe on the weekends or holidays?
I mean, yeah, I kind of deviated from the weekends or holidays, but for the most part, during the weekdays when I do have school, I do follow that kind of schedule, and it does kind of help me get a good way of falling asleep and getting back into, having that regular schedule kind of stops me from waking up, because, on Mondays, sometimes I might wake up before my alarm, but usually by the end of the week, I'm able to fully sleep.
Okay, good. They also say stick to water and other decaffeinated drinks before bed. Caffeine, alcohol, which you won't have, nicotine, which you won't have, may make it harder to get a good night's rest. So, you don't drink a lot of caffeine now, though, do you?
Well, not entirely. I don't try it. I don't try having a lot of caffeine, but I do drink soda, so, normally at lunch. I used to drink it at dinner, but after everything and realizing that maybe I should cut off on the caffeine, I started drinking non-caffeine drinks at dinner.
So is there a point at night where you have a cutoff where you don't have that kind of drink and you switch over to water?
Yeah, sometimes when I do get thirsty at night, I have a water bottle that I keep on the side that I would drink if I was thirsty.
Okay. Now, that's throughout the night though, right?
Yeah.
But is there a point like after dinner where you stop drinking caffeine?
Well, I kind of stopped drinking caffeine by lunch, or I try to stop drinking caffeine by lunch, like I have, soda for lunch, but then throughout the rest of the day, I won't have soda for the rest of the time, and just have a different type of drink.
Okay.
And then then after dinner, I really just have water.
Okay. The next thing they talk about is reducing stress can help sleep. We've talked about this already. We do know that teens always deal with stress. So just to emphasize that coping with stress is a way to improve your sleep. They suggest to create a bedtime routine to unwind from the day, like reading a book or taking a bath. What do you do? What's your wind down routine in the evenings before you go to bed?
Well, an hour before I go to bed, typically me and Mommy would go downstairs and watch something on the TV for a bit of mother-daughter time, as well as to kind of get off technology and just chill.
Okay. Is there anything else? Do you read or anything?
Sometimes I'd read, just to, like, get my mind, just to relax, and just to calm my nerves. Other times I'd listen to music to calm my nerves, so
Okay.
I have various techniques.
But do those techniques tend to work for you?
Reading normally always kind of puts me in, like, a drowsy mood, and listening to music puts me in a calm mindset so that I really don't think too much about my anxieties.
Okay. Well, that's good. I personally tend to read before I go to bed, and reading usually helps to calm me down. I keep a Kindle, so I read ebooks at night, which is nice because I can adjust that light to a point where it's not disturbing me.
Yeah.
Banish bright lights and loud noises from your bedroom. Too much TV or computer time may make it hard to relax. Now, we've kind of found this out to be true with you, where if you were watching TV up to a certain point or on your digital devices too late at night, it was causing a problem. Now, we've cut back on that now. Has that helped you sleep better?
Yeah, it's definitely helped me sleep better. I'm slightly more calm and I don't think too much, but I still, have some parts of anxiety.
Sure, yeah. Well, and some of that you're just not going to get rid of.
Yeah.
Sleep in a cool room. That's something that I certainly always try to do, to the point that poor Mommy has to suffer through my cold spells. But how do you feel? Do you feel that you prefer sleeping in a cool environment, or do you like it nice and warm?
I like it in a cool environment. Like, you're already under the blanket. You might as well get warm with it. You don't want to have a room, like, too warm, because then you kind of get sweaty and you can't really, and I just think you get uncomfortable. While with being cold, if you're a little cold, just put a blanket on and that kind of helps.
Sure. Yeah. Get plenty of exercise. About 20 to 30 minutes each day is a good start. Just avoid working out in the hours before bedtime. How is your exercise? I know you have an exercise log for school that you have to do. Do you find the days that you exert yourself more, you tend to sleep better?
Yeah. I typically, normally do, Just Dance downstairs. And when I do get, that exercise, I do seem to sleep better. I can't entirely tell what the effects are, because I've kind of been doing those exercises for most of the time, except maybe on some days of the weekend, but for the most part during the whole week I'm kind of dancing, and I am able to fall asleep pretty well.
Now, do you have days where you may wind up doing more exercise than normal because of certain things you do in gym class? And if you do, does that affect your sleep?
I mean, sometimes I do it more, mainly, if I am worried. It's a good way to stop me from worrying, and gym is I kind of have that as my, starting point. If, for the most part for gym, I work out with dancing for 25 minutes, and sometimes when I do have them, I'd work out a little more later because I might feel like worried at some point, or I just want to get a little more exercise in. But yeah, I feel as though those nights I seem to sleep a little better.
Eating a healthy diet. Now, I know, obviously, I don't really eat a healthy diet very often, but I do know, when mommy feeds me healthy food, which she's very good at, despite my best efforts to avoid it, I find I tend to eat better when I'm eating healthy. Do you experience the same type of effect?
You mean sleep better when you eat healthy. You said eat better when you eat healthy.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that not having a bunch of sugar from like desserts and stuff immediately injected into you kind of helps me sleep better. Having a healthy, balanced diet helps with that, and not having too much sugar always.
Okay. What about listening to white noise or pink noise? Mommy and I, we sleep with the meditation music turned on, which is kind of like white noise in the background. But do you sleep with music in the background, or do you sleep with sound in the background in general?
Kind of sleep with like quiet sound in the background, because just having like some type of sound kind of helps, and I guess that kind of like puts my mind on what I know is happening, is going on, so.
Okay. Yeah, one of the things that I find is that if I don't have a fan on, I have trouble sleeping, and part of that is the air that it blows, obviously, to keep me cool, but another part of it is if it's not a semi-noisy fan to have that droning in the background, I have a difficult time. I cannot sleep when it's completely silent.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when it was summer and I had my air conditioning on at night, like, I'd gotten so used to the sound that when I had to stop keeping my air conditioning on, it was kind of harder to fall asleep.
Yeah, I go through the same exact thing. The next thing they talk about is meditation. Now, we've talked about a couple of different types of meditation. We haven't talked about it on the podcast yet. We do have an upcoming podcast on mindful meditation. But there's a lot of different types of meditation that we've talked about offline. Do you apply any type of meditation technique to help you sleep when you're having trouble?
I mean, I try to calm my breathing, and at least try to calm my brain in some instances so that I don't think too much about it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it only makes it worse, and I have to go to you guys for it, and you guys get upset because I have to wake you up.
We don't get upset, but nobody likes to wake up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Especially when you have trouble going to sleep to begin with, like I do.
Yeah.
Consider replacing your pillows if you've had them for over a year and have trouble getting comfortable. Do you find your sleeping space, your bed, your pillows, your blankets, your pile of stuffed animals, do you find it comfortable for you, or do you think maybe there's a lack of comfort that's causing sleep problems?
I mean, it's a decent comfort. I definitely don't think sometimes I do toss and turn, but for the most part, I do get comfortable. But I have noticed that, like, when I go on your bed, your mattress is a lot more comfortable than mine, I've noticed. Now, I don't know if it's just the fact that when I'm awake, or, like it seems more comfortable, and it's just a psychological thing with the fact of course, the fact of sleep anxiety and such. So, there's kind of a lot that factor into it. I would say that I have a pretty decent, sleep area. I guess it's just kind of the psychological thing sometimes when I try to fall asleep and it's less comfortable than it actually seems, because I do sit on my bed during the day and it is pretty comfortable. Yet when I try to fall asleep, the comfort kind of goes down.
Yeah. And, you know, we can certainly look at getting you a new bed, new mattress to try and make it more comfortable. That's not that big of a deal. Mm. So the last thing they talk about here, which is one that I think is probably the most important when you're experiencing sleep anxiety, and one that we actually just talked about this week, don't lay in bed tossing and turning. Consider getting up and doing a light activity like reading until you're tired again. Sitting in bed tossing and turning when you can't fall asleep is only going to drive that anxiety. And it's going to make it harder for you to fall asleep. So if you're having trouble falling asleep, get up, sit up, read a book, read a magazine, listen to music, do something to occupy your mind so that your body can get back into that peaceful, even state so you can fall asleep. How do you feel about that? I know you're apprehensive about getting up when you're supposed to be asleep. You tend to get a little paranoid about not getting sleep. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Tossing and turning does only drive my anxiety forward, and I did have to say the one time when I was tossing and turning and you guys told me to come down, although I really was kind of hesitant, it did end up helping me fall asleep, and it was much better than just tossing and turning.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's really the trick, you know, don't fight it. You know, if your body's not ready to go to sleep now for whatever reason, let's get up and let's try to occupy our mind. Let's do something to distract ourselves until we're ready to go to sleep. Fighting it's just going to make you more anxious and give you more stress. So that was all we really had for today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts. Go for your closing thoughts.
Okay, so to everyone out there who is experiencing sleep anxiety, there are plenty of ways out there that you can at least try to help you get a better sleep. Sleep is just really strange, and there's a lot of ways to try and help it. Nothing completely, certified to immediately help, but stuff that definitely could help.
Okay, good thoughts.
Thank you.
Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get us audio versions of the podcast by searching for Insights into Teens. Video versions of this and all of our podcasts come out on Insights into Things. You can check us out on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Pandora, and something else. Amazon. Yeah, that's right. We're on Amazon too. We would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We stream at least 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription that we would appreciate you throwing our way. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Audio versions can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, where you can get links to all those and much more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 91, Conflict Resolution. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my mature and diplomatic co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty well.
So how was your week this week?
Pretty stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a lot of stuff for school, especially coming back from the break. And honestly, I'm just glad it's the weekend now, so I can at least have some type of relaxation, even though I still have work I need to do.
Well, and that's the thing. You kind of have to make up for that short week with the holiday and everything when you come back, right?
I guess.
So today we're going to be talking about conflict resolution. This was actually a topic that you wanted to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
You had gone over some of this in school I guess it's a few months back now, right?
I think so, maybe.
Yeah, it's been a while. So, kind of an interesting topic, one that I think everyone can benefit from. It's not just a teen thing, but we'll get into that. We'll talk about what conflict is, why does it occur, what are some of the consequences, and some of the complications being a teenager in conflict comes with. Then we're going to talk about some conflict resolution commandments, which some of these I think kind of fell in with what you had talked about in school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we will talk about the steps to conflict resolution, which I think, ultimately is the important thing here, right? We all have to compromise, and in this day of political strife, I think compromise is something we could all use some lessons on.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get started, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can get our video versions of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You get our audio versions listed as Insights into Teens. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and Pandora. We would also invite folks to contact us, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, if we're doing anything wrong, what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we're at insights_things. On Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those, plus show notes, transcripts, and all of our shows on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Now that all the boring stuff's done, you ready to get into it?
Sure, why not?
All right, let's go. So, why does conflict occur? Now, there's a lot of different reasons for it. The source that we're using here is one we've used in the past called momjunction.com. And the first thing they say is conflict's a part of life. And we know that most recently now that conflict is part of life, but it's not restricted to just humans, right? Tell us a little bit about that with our new edition.
Oh, yeah. So, last week we talked about the newest addition to our family, Pumpkin, in our last podcast, and we kind of touched on it before, but this week was Liberation Week. Before, Pumpkin had to stay in my room, that way she would be more comfortable in my room, help, and we would bond together, and this week was the first time where she was fully liberated, and she's come in contact with the other cats, and let's just say they definitely get into a lot of conflict, especially Pumpkin and Dorothy. Dorothy's shown to be the alpha cat. She wants to be the alpha cat, but seeing her interact with Pumpkin, it seems she's afraid of Pumpkin, so a bit of irony there.
Right.
Leota, she, as long as Pumpkin doesn't get in her personal space, she can deal with it, but whenever she does get into a bit of a hissy fit.
Right. Now, the reason I mentioned that is that conflict is really part of human nature, and it has been for eons. But the site goes on to say that no matter how much you want to protect your child from it, he or she has to face the reality that conflict is going to happen. And conflict can occur with family, with siblings, parents, friends, with society, or between kittens, apparently. One thing you need to teach your teenagers is that conflicts need not be a negative experience. And I think that probably catches a lot of people off guard, is that, a conflict is not a fight. A conflict could be a difference of opinions. It could be a debate on certain topics. So conflicts themselves aren't necessarily a bad thing. And it's important to understand that when there is a conflict of some nature, that you can make it a positive experience. You can make it a learning experience. You can make it an educational experience overall. And remember that conflict can lead to change, and change can be positive. So, for instance, if we're talking about, you might like, I had an example before the show and I can't think of it now. But you have an example on how you want the furniture arranged in your room, okay? And I might think differently. You might want, your bed in a certain spot because it gives you better light. And I might suggest we put the bed in a different spot that gives you more room, and there's positives and negatives to both, and you might not have explored the aspects that I had. And at that point in time, it's a conflict, but it's not a fight, right?
Yeah.
So you may, because of your listening to me during the conversation of the conflict, you may see things from a different point of view and try something different. It might turn out better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what we need to keep in mind here. So consequences of teen conflicts. They also go into that. And they say without the necessary skill set, a teenager cannot land in tough situations, or a teenager can land in tough situations when it comes to conflicts. And I think this comes to just about any kind of interaction that you would normally have, right? Like if you don't know how to speak in public and you have an assignment where you have to speak in public, you're going to panic. You're going to not be able to do it well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about the conflict resolution skills that you learned from the course in school.
Well, one of the things they talked about was if you and one person are in a conflict and you're both very standing on your opinions, you can call in someone called a mediator. And the mediator is basically an outside person that wasn't involved in the conflict to begin with, so they can hear both sides and think of a way to help both sides, either with a win-win solution or a compromise.
And that's a role that you've played quite frequently with your friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you may have two friends that are in conflict with each other, and you step in and mediate that discussion and try to get them to agree on things. Describe a situation that you've had to do that in where it's turned out in a positive light.
Well, for one of the instances, my friends, basically have misunderstandings with each other. My one friend kind of gets emotional at certain things, and my other friend doesn't fully understand it. So whenever my one friend would get emotional and my other friend wouldn't be able to understand it, I'd be the mediator and try to help them work it out. Like, I tell my one emotional friend that, hey, it's okay, it happens, you just need to learn how to handle it. And I teach my other friend, hey, this happens to her, you might not fully understand it, but you might want to do it in order to help her out.
Right. Now, conflicts can happen at home, where unresolved conflicts can lead to strained relationships. One of the conflicts that we had recently was the debate about whether or not we were going to get another kitten. Now, I did not want to get one. Obviously, you and Mommy did, so I was outvoted there, number one. But the compromise that we came to was, we came to terms on how we were going to get the kitten, what kind of kitten we were going to get, what your role in taking care of the kitten was. So to resolve that conflict, we all came to terms with that, and we understood that, okay, it's not just fun and games, it's a responsibility thing. It's going to be a learning lesson for you. You're going to take care of the cat. We're going to get a certain kind of cat that'll bond to you. So that's how we resolve that conflict. Do you think that conflict resolution solution that we came up with is working out so far?
I mean, yeah, I definitely have learned to take responsibility, and in fact, I actually feel like I'm a real parent because I've been having, these little panic attacks when Pumpkin's leaving the nest, as if, your own child was going and doing their own thing, going out for school, and, since she was no longer under my guard, and I knew the other cats weren't particularly kind with her, I got so panicked the one day of liberation that I ended up locking her in for the night.
Oh, wow, that's funny.
Yeah, I got so panicked with it that, I got connected to her, just like a mother would connect with their child.
Exactly, yeah.
I started getting these parental feelings that you'd kind of get with your own family, with your own child.
And that's good. That's exactly what we were hoping for. The other thing they talk about is that conflicts can be outside of the family, outside of your immediate circle. And when this happens, it can lead to broken friendships. It can lead to detention in school, and it can even lead to violence. So being able to resolve conflicts with other people is important. And it's more difficult because you might not know what they're willing to do to compromise or how interested they are in resolving the issue. Have you had any conflicts outside of family, anything from school or friends or anything like that, where you've ran into issues where you couldn't resolve these and it's caused friendships or anything?
I mean, yeah, especially in 6th grade. That was probably one of the hardest years of school in my life. Back then, I was kind of the problem, because I had no way of controlling my emotions back then. I would lash out, and honestly, it did sometimes cost my friends to not want to be around me. But we did resolve it after I realized that I was not acting mature for my age, and that I probably should have handled the situation differently, and we'd resolve, but it wasn't until I finally learned to control my emotions that the outbreaks finally stopped, and I didn't really have too many conflicts with my friends where I was the main problem. So, yeah.
Now, was that possibly a product of the fact that the friends that you hang around with, or were hanging around with at the time, were a couple years younger than you, and they hadn't reached that point in their development where they were having those hormonal struggles where it was affecting their ability to control their emotions?
I mean, yeah, my friends, most of my friends were pretty young. Most of my friends were pretty younger than I were younger than I was, and I'd sometimes lash out at them because because I was just experiencing the emotions and I had no real reason to control them, but I'd actually go to recess and hang out with my one friend who was the same age as me, and she'd normally help me calm myself down. We'd talk about what happened, and we'd just, try to calm each other down, and then by the end of the day, I'd apologize to my younger friends, and we'd be back to being friends.
Right. And that's usually how conflict resolution works.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the last thing that they do talk about here is the complications of being a teenager compounding conflict resolution. And they say the time between adulthood and childhood is full of changes, both physical and emotional. And that's clearly what you were talking about here, where the emotional changes were becoming an issue. They say with hormones raging, teenagers often find it difficult to be social. Do you have that issue? Do you find social interaction to be difficult going through this period of... You're largely through it at this point in time because you are pretty good at controlling your emotions, but do you find that was causing social problems for you?
I mean, yeah, I kind of started getting a little scared about being around people because I was afraid that at some point I might lash out at them even when they didn't deserve it, and I kind of just was in fear and kind of just tried to spend most of the time alone, trying to keep my emotions as calm as I could at the time.
Now, they say that temper tantrums, sulking, and ignoring parents are all standard teenage behavior. You didn't really go through a lot of these. You had some emotional outbursts, but do you think that these symptoms were things that have caused issues with you as far as building conflict with parents, teachers, or friends?
I mean, yeah, like I said, the emotional outbursts, sometimes it didn't happen at home, it would happen when I was around other people over the silliest of reasons, and yeah, I'd lash out at people, but it wasn't, horribly often. Like, it would happen sometimes, but after I realized this, I tried to hold up all my emotions until I got home, and then I'd basically just, scream. Or let it all out.
So most teenagers feel that others just don't get it. Have you ever run into that situation where that's caused some frustration or conflict for you?
I mean, sometimes, especially when I had the sadder outburst where I would just start crying for no real reason. I didn't understand it, and I didn't think you guys would understand it. If I didn't understand it, you guys wouldn't be able to understand it. That's basically what I went through.
Right. And I think a lot of kids go through that, but I think the thing that would probably surprise you is how much your parents actually can relate to the situation, because we've all been there. Times are different, kids are different, but there's fundamental human behaviors that are consistent over the years that all of us have gone through. So I think you'd be surprised at how much insight your parents might be able to lend to you and how much they do relate to you. They don't relate to you now. Like, one of the things that I tell you is, well, you don't need to worry about this stuff now because the relationships that you have now are insignificant. They're a blip on the radar of a few years of your life that after you're out of high school is not going to matter. And I totally get the concept that me telling you that doesn't help you because you can't visualize where I'm at now. But it's important to know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. What you're going through now is a temporary thing, and it's not going to matter in a few years. And I just hope that knowing that you can take some solace from that and know that, okay, I just have to get through this right now, and then I won't have to deal with it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I realize that comes across as we just don't get the problems you're running into. And it's not that. It's that we've been there, we've done that. As important and significant as you think these things are now, they're not. And they won't be in the future.